is going on, everybody? My face was not supposed to immediately appear, but you know what? It did, and now everything is showing up, and we're in the middle of a big loop, and because we're not literally new to this, but it's a new season, and we are starting fresh. We got a brand new channel, we got brand new digs. Look at my beautiful face right there, creating the latest. Honestly, like, here's the deal, right? Okay, so all right, so my hope on this brand new channel is that we can basically create the best Bears content possible, and it'll be pretty specific. I mean, it'll be what I do, but we'll take it to, is there music? Is music going on? Oh, wow. Thank you. No, thank you. I didn't realize that the music was still going. See, that's the clown show, right? Oh goodness, and now I've got discussing Noah Sewell up there. So now discussing is good. But so we'll get there as we go. Point that I'm looking at the very least. All right, so yeah, this is. Okay, so anyways, this is a bit of a hairball because I messed it up. But, oh, you've got to be joking me. There we go. Look at that. Now we're good. All right, so do I think Claypool gave up the game when he wasn't getting targeted? We're going to talk about everything. So here's the deal, right? I think these streams are awesome. I think anybody here probably likes the streams, at least well enough. Right. And I know that there are a lot of people out there that don't have 7 hours or 6 hours or whatever when they want to review game tape. And that's fine. Like, my goal is to be the friendliest film room that you're going to find, that we get to learn about the team, go through it together, that we get to take questions, kind of jaw around. And everything in between. We're also going to try to post more standard videos, like the dissecting of drives that we've been doing. I'm trying to figure out little ways to change them, but let's see. What, Brandon? Oh, Lord, we really have gone to like 2 a.m. Oh, 100%. Absolutely 100% we've gone to like 2 a.m. Let me change the font of the chat box. I mean, seriously, we are brand new as far as the channel goes. So now the font should come in a little cleaner. We're fixing everything up because in large parts, I mean, there are a lot of people out there that I think are worth the analysis. Like, I'm glad that they get the chance to experience a lot of what we do, but they don't have, 8 hours to listen to what is basically a podcast plus a lot of really good film analysis. But we're in this together. And I got to tell you, the Bears started on about as poor a foot as I've ever seen them start. I mean, look, I like to hope that over the years, I've built up a reputation with you, team, that we all agree that I'm pretty moderate, if even kind. I mean, I treat, can I just say the most real thing? This is my hashtag real talk moment, right? I treat the Bears like I'm stuck with the Bears, just like you probably do, right? Like when Matt Eberflus is the coach, I'm going to be as kind to the scheme as I possibly can because I don't have a choice. I don't get to watch the Ravens, nor do I want to. I don't get to watch the Dolphins. I don't get to watch like most of what, or like another team. We could talk about how things are terrible, but we have to be certain on this channel, because if we're not certain, then I'm just another flamethrower hot take artist. I'm serious. I mean, like, being a fanalist is cruel, especially when you didn't play in 7 NFL offenses, because I have even less grounds to say that I know something's going on than nearly anybody else does in the NFL. And good for them. Tim Jenkins has forgotten more about football than maybe. I hope that I can learn as much as he's forgotten about football, but he'll always know more than I will. JT O'Sullivan will always know more than I will, but there's not enough defensive line analysis. There's not enough DB analysis. God, there's not enough DB analysis. There's not enough offensive. There is a little bit of offensive scheme analysis, but one of these days people are going to get bored talking about Justin Fields. Bears are going to have, like, I don't know, Justin Fields, maybe they'll have Drake May, maybe they'll have Caleb Williams. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're not going full doomsday, but right now the whole door's open. Like, in my opinion, right? Christopher, I'm glad you brought it up. I don't know if you could tell. I was dejected. I was stunned, as a matter of fact, that Nick was as upbeat in the last Bear With Us as he was, if only because of all of the ways for the 2023 season to start. And the bar was low. Like, I predicted 7 wins. I had to be held. I was holding myself back all podcast to trying to predict as few wins as possible on purpose, but getting blown out by the worst Green Bay team that we've faced in nearly 15 years. Like, that was terrible. That was terrible. Like, that was the worst case scenario. The Bears looked, I wish I was playing around. The Bears looked no better than they did last year. Every problem that the Bears had was magnified by the lack of moves they made to fix the problems. To use an example, the Bears brought in Andrew Billings. We will talk about Andrew Billings because Andrew Billings rules. Like, he did a great job on first and second down. And if you don't believe me, PFF gave him an 88 for what that's worth, which is nearly an elite game grade. And then the pass rush showed up. They got 3 pressures all game long. They got 3 pressures on Jordan Love. And how many times did they blitz? Nearly never. And what happened to Jordan Love when they did get pressured? He melted. Just like I talked about in the Jordan Love video, he really struggled when his clock was sped up. So how often did the Bears speed it up? Never. What did they do in coverage? Well, they changed coverages. They'd show you cover 2 and switch to cover 3, but that stopped being unique 10 years ago. I wish I was playing around. Like, I'm with you, Haplo. I think that people are being super doomers, but at the same time, Haplo, if there's something that blows my mind, or no, doesn't blow my mind. That's not me being honest. Haplo, the worst part about being a content creator is that, because I say this with all love in my heart, because a lot of people aren't studying football, and that's okay. They don't have like pals playbooks. They aren't trying to watch as many coaching clinics as they can, and everything within that vein. You'll end up with a lot of people who take any thread of like football thought and then they bring it as far as it'll go. So to use an example, Haplo, this is Justin Fields got drafted. He's a rookie. Rookie quarterbacks suck, but Bears fans convinced themselves, is Justin Fields going to break all our passing records in his first year? That happened. Like, that was real conversations that people had all throughout the offseason before Justin Fields' rookie year. And then in his second season, it was, is Justin Fields going to break all our touchdown records? Because, like, he's in year 2. Never mind the fact that Equanimeous St. Brown is the second best receiver on the team, and the fact that the offensive line sucks. Getsy's gonna fix it. Do we remember Juan Castillo is gonna fix it? Like, that timeline? Do we remember Nagy 202? Like, we do this a lot. And that's not me even talking about over-optimism, because super negativism happens too, Haplo, where people lose one game. I'll be honest, I'm worried. I'm very worried. Andrew, how you doing? Like, all I can do is look at the film. I am not literally JT O'Sullivan, but we all become prisoners of the moment to quite a heavy degree, because all we get is a film. We don't get the privilege of hoping it changes. We say, this is what it is, if that makes sense. And so within that, the Bears played about as abysmal a game as I think that they could have. What does that mean? That means before we even get into the film, folks, I'm worried. Lowercase w. The games have yet to be played. I am going to be so ready to say things changed, thank God, as anybody else. I promise you. But if the Bears gave up this much pressure to a team that wasn't really blitzing, Tampa Bay is going to be a bloodbath, because, oh my word, Todd Bowles and Vita Vea and Shaq Barrett and Kalijah Cansey, who just got drafted there, and Logan Hall, who they drafted last year, and Greg Gaines, who's not a slouch, and Levante David, and Devin White, and a really good secondary. They don't play games in Tampa Bay. They really don't. And so the Bears are going to have to be ready with hot routes, with blitz beaters, with schematic answers to things that, at least based on what we'll see today, if we do get to the offensive tape, they flat out couldn't solve. And that's okay. Like, we'll figure it out. But if they lose to Tampa, then they go to Kansas City. And if they lose to Kansas City, they'll come home to Denver, who didn't look that great. So, but now it's Sean Payton versus you. And then after that, they go to Washington. Do we remember the last Washington game? Because the front didn't change. Like, that's Deron Payne. That's Jonathan Allen. That's Montez Sweat. And if Chase Young is ever healthy, he's on that roster too. Like, I get that they almost lost to the Cardinals. Sam Howell looked bad. Don't get me wrong. But if you're picking up on what I'm putting down, the Bears have put themselves in a position where if we're going to hold the ball for forever, like if we're going to hold the ball for forever and we're going to call plays around 7-man protection and holding the ball for forever and then not throwing it, it could get bad. And then they play Minnesota. Maybe they do beat Minnesota. But right now, Case, because I'm not trying to be too depressing, like the Bears' offensive line and their offensive game plan is inviting better defensive lines to beat them. And like we saw with Green Bay, they will. If you give them a chance, they will. Like, that's the thing, Quinn. Like, I think we're being heavily reactionary. But that doesn't make, like, let's put it this way, Quinn. Doomer is saying, yeah, I know we won, but we suck, right? I don't know how that's the thing. So in the wide world of fans and optimism, you guys tell me what you think. In the wide world of fans and optimism, people will critique each other all the time for being too negative. The Fields could throw for 100 yards, and people would critique people that critiqued Fields for being too negative. That's how it works in fandom. Plenty of people are just here for the good vibes. And if there aren't good vibes on the team, they will invent them. I've been that person. I don't blame that person. I'll never blame that person. It can just lead to a broken heart, which is literally why I started doing this. I digress. That game was over halfway through the third. We didn't make it to the fourth quarter. In week one, after nearly $100 million of cap space, after drafting, I don't know, I could talk about the draft, but you guys know I'm a believer that rookies take time to mature. Like, it's so tough to see this team be one of the only teams. If you guys saw another one besides the Giants, like, let me know. But nearly every team, including Arizona, was competitive. The Rams took a bunch of rookies and they won the game convincingly. Like, the Bears went up against a Packers team that fumbled a ball and still threw to a wide open player. Like, the Bears allowed Aaron Jones to run 67 yards down the field. Yeah, the Steelers, totally right. Like, they're in that club too. The Bears got blown out by a team that I do not know if they are going to make the playoffs. Like, 49ers, pretty confident. Dallas, very confident. Like, the teams that blew other teams out are really good. And maybe the Packers are really good. They certainly could end up really good. But I did not think that the Packers played well enough to blow the Bears out. I did not think that the Packers played well enough to be up 38-14, 24-6, etc., etc. Does this make sense, team? Like, again, I'm not trying to be a doomer. It's more like exactly what Case said. I thought the Packers did not play well enough to win nearly that convincingly. And we got annihilated. And Akusai, you're exactly right. The Packers do have a better roster. I mean, we're talking about a defensive line with 3 first-round picks, Preston Smith, Like, yes, Alessandro, it is. Like, we're talking about an offensive line with, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer anymore, but a very, very good left tackle in Rashawn Gary, Elton Jenkins, some really fun draft picks. Like, the Packers have talent. I talked about this in the Jordan Love breakdown, that they have talent. They're just really young and they don't have a ton of leadership. If you're into veteran leadership, they don't have a lot of it. They've got Jair Alexander, but their linebackers are kind of a mess. Their safeties are a major mess, which would have been helpful if the Bears could pass. They couldn't pass. And I'm obsessed with offense, but I swear, if there is one little minor L to being me and not an NFL connected, savant one day, right? It's that Tim Jenkins, former NFL quarterback, yeah, he gets the tape before I do. And so I don't know how you guys feel. Do you want to talk about the offense? I can talk about the offense, but sometimes I feel like it gets talked to death. Like, I'll verify watching 2 other breakdowns before I talk about anything, just to be sure I'm not completely off my rocker. And then all of a sudden I'm like, am I just regurgitating everything? Not literally. I have my own 2 cents. But that's the thing, Case. Nobody talks about the defense. And in this game, I thought the defense was really critical. Slim Jim, how you doing? How many broken coverage does we have as a defense? Over under 22. That's the thing at Kusai. A lot of it was almost confusion, right? And Spectre, I've got bad news. There weren't as many screens as I think we've been sold on, which is okay. But so a couple things, quick announcements. First of all, with the new channel being a new channel, I reinstated the memberships. Let me know if there's anything that just looks boring or uninteresting. Like, let me be very blunt. One of these days, I want to get paid for this. Right now, I am pushing hard on Twitter to see if I can't grow my followership enough. And I want to push here on YouTube to grow this subscriber count so that I can prove to people that I can do this for a living, because I want to do this for a living. Whether it's the Bears, the whole league, I'll never forget the Bears, literally no matter what I do. But within that, the more memberships, the more money, I hate talking about money too, that I can get, the more I can prove to my wife that it's worth the time. But it's like, that's the main reason that I talk about it, is because I'm a married man with a child, and the more support, literally like you see, it's over there, literally like you see in the donation goal right over here, the more, like, this stuff helps me say, hey honey, I stayed up until 1 for a reason. So if you've got extra cheddar, great. I'm not going to pressure you about it beyond this. You're not going to hear a bunch of dings and stuff like that. You know how I run my stream. But Andrew, I don't blame you. What's going on? Anyways, thank you so much, Ace. You rule. Liking is free, Brandon. Thank you. All right, so let's start off with defense then. Defense. So first off, it starts obviously on 1st and 10, right? Let's see. Oh, yes, you're right, Case. And I do need to get that set up. But so let's see. Haplo, how much the Bears defensive miscommunication be blamed to a new roster? We'll get there. I'm loaded for bear with coffee, and here we go. Okay, so one interesting thing, I thought it was interesting. Take a look at the way the Bears line up. So there's a lot of criticism online. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Now I got to get the now. Tell me every time I forget to do the now discussing. I actually think that's really helpful. That was a neat idea. It's just, work. Let's see. That'll do. There we go. That's cute. So there's a lot of discussion online, especially it's Blackwell demo, especially when you take a look at like the Bears Reddit, which, by the way, my stuff keeps getting put on the Reddit and I am terrified every time it does. Bob, thank you so much. Know that I'm counting. We're up to 15. Thank you. There's also a donation link that goes straight to me. YouTube takes 65% of anything you super chat, but know that I appreciate you when you use YouTube's interface all the same. Anyways, so a lot of discussion on the Reddit centered around how Eberflus calls stale cover 2. And I am not about to tell you, oh my gosh, we got a big one coming up. Thank you, Armando. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, Haplo, YouTube takes 35%, I think it is. I get 65. Armando, if this doesn't pop up, thank you so much. He just, Armando You could text me your username so that I don't just like dox you. But he just donated $50 to my thing. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. You're incredible. But I was about to say, Bob, like if I was about to dox you, I was about to be like, wait a minute. But so thank you guys. Thank you. We're gonna work to get better emojis, by the way. So give me all your inside jokes, everything that you want on the channel, and we'll put together some of the goofiest stream emojis we can. Anyways, back to the defense. Thank you, MJ50. Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you, Case. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everybody. Oh, so everybody talked about how the Bears are going to, or that they just ran a bunch of cover two. And don't get me wrong, I'm not about to apologize for Alan Williams' scheme, but they didn't usually dress it up like it was very obvious cover two until third down. Like right here, look at this. This almost looks like a mug front, doesn't it? With 6 down on the, or what is this, 6? Is this 6 or is this, yeah, it's 6 down on the defensive line. Oh, that's hilarious, Prabhat. I need that. So the Bears were clearly coming at this with functionally the same approach as the Packers, which was work all the way through. I got you. But so they wanted to work very, very wide on this run game. Here, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about because the Packers did it the entire game. John, thank you so much. So if you take a look at nearly any Packers snap, not that one. We'll go with not a 4th and 1. So the Packers spent the entire game playing 5 down. Why did they do it? And why are other teams going to do this? Because Minnesota did this. The Lions did this. You're going to see this a lot. Why is it? It's because as teams just like Chicago get wide in the run game, they start to attack nearly always. I don't know why this donation thing isn't working, so I apologize, but thank you so much. Raza, you rule. I really, really appreciate it. But so, and then we're going to go till 4 a.m. That's right. You guys are incredible. I love it. And I will do it. I will do it. Don't ask me. Damo, thank you so much for jumping in. Thank you. But so anyways, whenever you see teams like the Bears that are attacking with these wide zone runs where let's design one right here. We're going to get Claypool blocking, lol. We're going to get Darnell Wright coming out wide. We're going to have Justin Fields carry the ball, and we're going to have Herbert cut in front of him, and Herbert cut in front of him, and he's going to block. Okay, so we're hoping that Darnell Wright picks off this guy, Herbert picks off this guy, and Fields runs all the way down the field. Possible, right? Why this guy being so far wide is the reason that defenses are placing him there so that they can try to take that away. Right? Because if he is out here, you have to, like, anything that stretches is going to be a much tougher block for somebody like Darnell Wright, where if he takes a step to his right, instead of being already on this guy's outside shoulder, he's going to be, believe it or not, like square or a step behind. Slim Jim is damn close. But so does this make sense? Like the 5 down front or the wide front that you see, Toxic King, thank you so much, is there to take away what a lot of teams will do with wide running. So going back to the Bears, because they're going off of the same principles here, they want to take away the Packers run game. And the Packers are going to start up. Unfortunately, by the way, if you watched enough Bears offense, the Packers offense is going to look disturbingly refreshing. We do this every time, right? I wish I was kidding. If you've been here with me for years, you know that every time we play the Packers, we get bummed out, and then it gets worse because we go through the Packers film and it rules, and this rules. Bob, how you doing? You missed a lot of complaining, but like good complaining, and now we're getting into the defense. So let's jump into it. First play of the game. Let me see. Oh, this rep is awesome. Like, I'm telling you, I know, I don't want to say I know exactly how everybody in this chat thinks. I know a lot of you at this point. But so number 97 is going to steal hearts because the way we loved Akeem Hicks is going to carry over. There's not much to love on the Bears defensive line. But Andrew Billings taking the center, Josh Myers, and spearing him into the running back is about the most badass way you can start a Bears season as I could ever imagine. Like this this is hilarious. Now, does anybody else win? We get a little bit of a win actually from 99. Looks so kudos to you. Is that Dexter? Is that seriously Dexter? They go 3 defensive tackles? Huh. The things you notice when you go through this again. No way, right? Is it? Looks like a lot of letters on the back of his jersey. Yeah, oh, it's Dexter Senior. But so anyways, they point being that Billings shuts this down, and he's going to continue to. Like, number 97 was a force on the ground. And let's see, how did I think about Walker's reps at DETT? Demo, I thought he was fine on the edge, but every time they flipped him to 3 technique, he didn't do much, which is fine. That's how it goes. Thank you so much, Toxic. You rule. The Christopher, I agree with the linebacker comment, but this is where you're going to get a different perspective from me than you're going to get from a lot of people. Not for the better, but honestly for the midder. Like, I'll call myself for what it is. I've never coached linebackers. For me, it makes sense that the linebackers wouldn't know exactly how to do anything. Like, you see Tremaine is going to play a lot of these zones like they played them in Buffalo. Is that a bad thing? I don't think so. That's what they asked him to do, right? But at the same time, like that's not how the Bears are running it. How are the Bears running it? To be honest, guys, sometimes I don't really know. Like the Bears zones feel stale, and you get some fun individual performances from the DBs that we'll see. Like I think a lot of the DBs play really, really well. Save a few plays, but it's not like Tremaine's athleticism doesn't shine. That's the thing. If you know me at all, you know that I am crazy for athleticism. When you show me something insane, I go bananas. And Tremaine Edmonds can be insane at his best. He also got picked on. Let's keep going. We're going to try not to get, like, I love getting bogged down just as much as anybody else does. Oh, actually, here's a good play for it. But I'm going to see if I can't at least skip through snaps that are boring. But so Tremaine gets to the sidelines on this so quickly. I love that like hunter killer visual that number 49 presents. And if Tyreek Stevenson wasn't Johnny on the spot, Tremaine would have made this tackle. And man, does he look explosive or what? Like 29 hit him like a train, which I thought was awesome. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like, Braun, thank you so much. Glad to have you along. We do this nearly every Tuesday. In fact, it used to be like the way it was. Let's see. Why top right corner? Tell me about it, Slim Jim. My thought is, honestly, just give me a decent reason, and then maybe. But so, you're right, Akusai. Like, you want to talk about games by the Packers? This is like old school triple option. Like, you can hand it off. You can run it. If you attack it, you can option the ball out. And I love the athleticism that Tyreek Stevenson shows. Like, man, this kid is fast. Let's see, the live count. Oh, the live count. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's go. Bang. Live adjustments. Look at that. We didn't even need halftime to do that. But so, let's give it a shot. Khalid, do I think we're going to improve? Yeah, it's pretty easy to improve from terrible. But I mean, let me put it this way, Khalid. We'll find out together. And worst case scenario, the Bears will get a lot better next year. But either way, let's see. Yeah, case right. But anyways, triple option, Bears force an immediate third and long. Immediate third and long. Right? And you're totally right, Khalid. I mean, the Bears' run defense looked pretty spiny. When they were flowing to the rock and trying to take stuff away, they honestly looked, I don't want to say ferocious, but stuff like that is really, really encouraging. And we have 3 angles now, so it actually takes longer to cycle through all the plays, which, technology improvement. These little motions, by the way, pay attention to all of them. If you follow me on Twitter, that I love empty protections. I mean, I think that especially when you've got an electric athletic quarterback like Fields, that in theory, it's going to work out for you. This little motion is going to force what is considered a bunch. It's not like a huge bunch because it's just two. Some people would even call it a stack. But the main reason that I point that out is because the moment you do this, now Tyreek Stevenson, his safety, and the inside linebacker have to communicate because there are different rules on how you handle the routes that can come out of a bunch than how you'd handle the routes if they were just over here. So the way that the Packers use little motions to motion somebody to a spot, change the rules, and then immediately force some kind of a shift to keep the defense in motion. Yeah, right, Case. But so that's honestly, it's the backbone of a good offense. And this to me is one of the hard parts about when I'm watching this scheme. So this looks to me like Tampa 2. You have zone, 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 zone. Tremaine is in his zone. But if you watch Tremaine's eyes, it looks like he's ready to run the pole if there is a vertical threat, which I wouldn't be surprised about. I mean, Tremaine is literally one of the best Tampa 2 pole runners. Again, the pole is that deep zone, which is the whole change of how Tampa 2 like is different than cover 2, which is a little more like this, like a little more clamped down, right? Problem is that this is Madden style, what you'd call spot drop. It's Travis Gibson, or not Travis. It is Tashawn Gibson from back in the day. It is deliberate grass guarding. Like, you've got Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson, and dadgummit, they are going to hold their spot. The coaches are asking them to do this. This is not Sean Desai, what are you doing? You should be zone matching. This is why did we think this would work? And what you would do to change it, you could see that we've got Romeo Doubs on the line. Quick thought. Jalen Johnson is not that fast. Do we agree? We probably do. Jalen Johnson is hellishly physical and has some of his best reps on tape when he is one-on-one and battling with his man. So why are we asking him to break out of his zone? Can he do it? He can. Is he going to just blow this play up? Well, not when Romeo Doubs gets a true free release, can set Jalen up however he wants to, and then just blast into absolutely all the space you could ever ask for. This is a dream look. In the NFL, this is a dream look, if you ask me. Nearly nobody makes it this easy. And how do I know? Because I watch the Bears offense, and it's never this easy. Have you seen it be this easy? Like, and worse, like Case is talking about, the play call is obvious. You could see it from orbit. Like, Tampa 2? Oh, you mean what the Bears ran all preseason? You mean what the Bears ran all last season? You mean what Matt Eberflus considers the bread and butter call? Like, literally, you could run Tampa 2, and all you'd have to do is press the outside corners up on their guy and have them fade back into their zone, and this would immediately be a little bit better. Like, it's wild to me that they let this happen. How does the only receiver who has ever caught a pass before on this field right now, the only receiver that I'm pretty sure, because I don't actually remember if Samori Toure has caught a pass before, but I know Luke Musgrave hasn't. I know Jaden Reed hasn't. The only receiver on this field right now that has caught an NFL pass is somehow free releasing into wide open space on third down. It is bonkers. And honestly, you can barely even fault the pass rush because Jordan Love does exactly what we knew he would. He goes, I'll just do it one more time. He goes, snap, 1, 2, 3, ball out. Pretty. Like, it's not about the throw. It's just as simple as when Love gets the chance to operate on time, he does. And he does so pretty cleanly. And man, like, this is it's a shame. Like exactly, challenge accepted timing, but it's one play, right? It's one play. It can't possibly stay this bad. So we'll pass forward on to the next one. Challenge. I mean, you got to remember that last year was so bad across the board. With Getsy's offense, looked like it lacked nearly any direction, and they took the ball out of the quarterback's hands nearly at will. Then from there on the defense, it felt like they were deliberately playing some of the most stale and stagnant looks that they could. Remember, they allowed 18 straight completions to Kirk Cousins, with 9 of them going to Justin Jefferson. Like, it looked like a team that was set up to lose, which made it hard to believe that they thought that they could win and just needed better players. Today, we saw a game plan that looked incredibly reflective of, we thought with better players this would work, and that blows my mind. I mean, you're absolutely right, but last season became so unserious at the end that it was hard to take it seriously, in my opinion. So from there, moving on, Packers run a really nice little power concept that gets 2 linemen into open space. Tremaine Edmonds is not the world's best blocker, not the world's best block take-on guy. So Sanborn's going to spill down. He's going to make contact. Tremaine Edmonds is going to take the lineman one-on-one. And then Aaron Jones makes things look really, really easy as TJ Edwards comes off and makes a hit. Now, look, I don't know if anybody said that, lunatic. I mean, we'll see, but I don't know if anybody said that. Could 95 have done something a little bit better? I don't know. The Bears are slanting to the right. Sometimes they get us. There is such thing as too much analysis, right? And every once in a while, you're going to call a run play like this one, which it's not literally trap at all. It's a power play. But because of the way the Packers begin down blocking and their rich history with the same outside zone concepts that the Bears run, I'm pretty sure the entire defensive line just reacted like it was outside zone, which I don't blame them. This is a great mix-up for the outside zone that the Packers want to run. And oh my gosh, Aaron Jones plays a phenomenal game top to bottom. Like, he does a really great job of just bursting up field and getting what he needs to. Looks like Jordan Love checked out of that. How you doing? Kalichi Town. I had to look at that one once or twice. But so it felt that way at Kusai. And you're absolutely right, Case. The whole point of the bend don't break ideology is that you can give up 7 yards and a first down now and again, as long as you make that tackle. Now, that's not me coming after Jalen Johnson. It's more like the core idea of why Tremaine Edmonds, like, why does he matter, is plays like this, where he goes underneath a block and is in such hot pursuit of Aaron Jones that he gives his corner not yet Kalichi Town. He gives his corner a shot to make a massive TFL. Kudos to Jones for getting out of it. That's what good running backs do. And then the Bears chase him to the edge, but he picks up the first down. I love the blocking stuff. I really do, that Green Bay does here. Like, take a look at just all of the crazy that goes on at this play. You've got 81 filling in. You've got a guard pulling around. And then you've got Aaron Jones just reading wherever he's going to go. Looks like this edge player, we'll find out. Oh, it's 91. It's Yannick. So he cuts inside and does a good job turning the run a little further to the outside. But man, you want to talk about little footwork things? The NFL is so complicated that we will just breeze past. Look at that cut. Like, full step over without really any speed loss. And he still has the momentum to plant once and get that hard outside. Man, like, I promise on this channel, we're not here to just glow about Aaron Jones, but holy moly, like, Aaron Jones is an outrageous running back, and you're not going to find many like him. And the Bears were lucky that the Packers decided that they wanted to just ride A.J. Dillon for as much of the game as they did, because that's a run stuff, more than likely, if 33 isn't the one carrying the rock. That is sick stuff to pick up a first down. Oh my gosh. Anyways, one more time. Bang, bang. Gets outside. I feel like I say this with all love. I feel like Aaron Jones. Oh, we're gonna get there, Khalid. The Roshan Johnson truck stick was something straight out of a video game. Like that was awesome. Um, so now we got motion across. It's first down. Nobody really moves. What does that tell us? It tells us we're in zone. Looks like the Packers are in. I think this is the pistol. The pistol seems like it's making a little comeback. Like, so it's a 5 yard, it's basically a short shotgun snap with the running back behind you. There are a couple things that you can do out of it. Let's see. These in-depths are so interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's the hope. Like, the pistol seems like it's popping. No, 100% Prabat. Don't hear me as like coming after Jalen Johnson. If one thing that I don't think enough people talk about, I say this with a big heart, is we will call out and kill DBs for missing tackles on running backs. Running backs are some of the most untackleable people in football. Like, especially in the open space. Like, when you're talking about those runs where somebody just jets through the line of scrimmage, that safety has to be in the hole or there's nearly no chance that you're making that tackle. If you don't believe me, go back and watch Khalil Herbert highlights and look at how often he breaks tackles at that second level. It's hard. Like, DB is also a brutal position. I think it's why you've seen me fall so deep in love with it. Like, as we have watched players on this channel, I've realized how hostile DB is to the player, and it's so fun to talk through what could they have done, what couldn't they have done, and just how difficult it is to get right. In a play like this, let's see. Oh man. So it starts off with what looks like DeMarcus Walker jetting inside, but we never love starting what 88 and 50 clearly thought was going to be a combo block and just getting decleated. So that ain't great. TJ Edwards does a good job coming after it. Look at Andrew Billings showing off the range, coming 3 gaps over to get a hand on Aaron Jones and slow him down. Yeah, you're going to lose some of these. I did not see a play where DeMarcus Walker viciously set the edge. And not Josh, there's too many Joneses. Justin Jones was a not super phenomenal like player today. I think there's way too many people that are just hating on Justin Jones. If there's one thing that I would give a hat tip to Justin Jones, you will see 93 nearly the entire game. Almost everybody else gets some kind of rotation. Justin Jones has to play almost every snap. I actually would wonder whether it was part of the problem. So here we get another little motion. The Bears are finally front bumping. So you can see Billings is at the 1 technique and Jones is at the 3 technique spot when the formation strength shifts, which looks like you'd expect, right? That's to say that Musgrave goes from here, which says like we've got more run blockers on this side of the formation than this side of the formation. Now with that motion, we've got more run blockers on this side of the formation than this side of the formation. So the Bears shift from an over front to that side to an over front to this side. Puts big ol' Andrew Billings in what you're thinking is the front side run gap. The problem is, I'm not predicting it now. A lot of teams are running weak side right now. Like, they will line the tight end up. They will draw the extra attention. Because, like, look at this. Why would you want to run here? Right? Let's call a spade a spade. Like, old school defenses used to do this. It's why this tactic got invented in the first place. If we drew a straight line down the middle of the field, there are 3 run defenders over here, with Tremaine Edmonds having to get in the middle. There are, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 run defenders, counting Jones because he's not far enough away from the play on this side of the field. Why would you run there under any circumstances? Yeah, exactly, Pravat. Like, it's the green and the red box. We get, all right, it's not really lucky because we boot into it. And Tyreek Stevenson, kudos to him. This is not easy. You want to know? So I saw a lot of guffawing about Tyreek Stevenson. You can never have enough good DBs. I understand that JMS would have been awesome. Trust me, I get it. But it seems like I talked about in that white hair video with Mustafa, teams seem to treat center in one of 2 ways. They either think that the center is the worst position on their offensive line, and that yes, they need one, but all he's really got to do is be able to snap and call a protection. The Bears seem to be one of those teams. Take that for what you will. If you think they're stupid, I ain't going to fight you on it. Bears offense isn't good enough for me to defend him. But that seems to be the way they're treating the position. Or you think your center is a super stud. Like, I tend to think that the Bears wanted a Joe Tippmann type that could move like a maniac. But, well, John, of course he did. He's a rookie. Rookies playing well is weird. We'll get to Darnell Wright in a little bit. But Tyreek Stevenson in the second round keeps up with 13. I think it's Toure. So he's former 7th rounder. But like, look at the leverage advantage that Toure is able to get. Should we win this foot race? If the jerseys were flipped, would we be mad that DJ Moore didn't win this foot race? I would be mad that DJ Moore didn't win this foot race. But 29 puts his feet in the ground and just catches him, even nearly undercuts it. Like, 13 is Wicks. Thank you, Zylich. So it helps that Tremaine drops into his throwing lane. This is part of why he's here. $18 million is a lot of money. But Tremaine basically sees the run. Look at this. Look at this. If you want to get excited, if you want to breathe in and out and say, we're going to get better. We're going to get better. Watch Sanborn. Watch Edwards. Watch Edmonds. Who overreacts to the run pick? Everybody but Edmonds. Edmonds sees this. I don't know what tail he's looking at, but he sees this 100% of the way. Like, Tremaine Edmonds is apparently not fooled at all on this play. Kudos to him. So he drops straight back into the lane, gets in front of the receiver, and even, I don't want to say picks him literally, but Wicks has to work around where Tremaine is dropping to. And by the time the ball comes in, honestly, had the throw been directly on target, Dontavion Wicks, he may pull it off. Stevenson may pick it off. He's an athlete. He's explosive. Like, he's really, really fast. And he's good in press man coverage, which would be great because, we play that all the time. Rip us. But overall, I mean, you're going to win some plays, you're going to lose some plays. The Bears definitely had their wins. I'm happy that the Bears have good DBs across the roster. But man, it does feel like they're really missing the pass rush. We'll get there. Joe, as far as picking Jalen Carter goes, look, I'll say this probably too many times just because I have a feeling that it's going to come up a lot. There are so many teams that should have picked Jalen Carter. I look at this and I say, we can't be in the room. We can't say we were in the room. We can't second guess the room. But why didn't Detroit take him? Why didn't Seattle take him? And within that, I look at the fact that the Bears let Jalen Carter come to them, picked up an extra pick, and picked up a position that is objectively important. Like, you need an offensive tackle flat out. This defense would be a lot further along than it is. MJ, they're doing great. I'm going to go say hey to my wife here in a little bit. But we'll let some film roll when they do. But so, like, it's not exactly the same, Brandon. And if I told you, I would probably get it revoked. So I can't. But so within, like, I'm not trying to tell you, Joe, that I'm certain Darnell Wright's going to be amazing, but you don't get better at offensive tackle without drafting a first-round offensive tackle eventually. And Jalen Carter would have been a lot more sizzle. Let's call it what it is. But right now, the Bears have a plan on offensive line on 2024 and beyond. I think that's neat. Their offensive line, especially their interior, looks pretty bad. At this moment, don't get me wrong. I thought the tackles were a small thumbs up. Braxton took too many penalties. Wright looked like a rookie. But of the rookies, Wright looked like the best one. Like, Paris Johnson looked okay, but Wright looked like he was throwing people out in run blocks, and his pass blocking held up against everybody that wasn't Rashawn Gary. We're getting off track. Jordan, doing all right. I mean, as I'm as excited as I can be about going through the Bears film, because here's the thing. Look at this. What are they running on this side? They're running man. It's not cover 2 every time or something like that. The problem is the Bears are so blatant about what it is. Like, if you remember how we used to talk about Matt Nagy and how it was like, I would do all these curls if we would run a double move once in a harvest moon, right? The Bears could line up as if they're running cover 2 a lot more often. Thank you so much, Bobble Bobble. But they don't. Like, when they're in man, they line up in man. when when they're in zone, they line up in zone. And they rarely mix it up. They don't play catch man. They don't zone match. They don't blitz. Like, it's worse, Kalichi. It's stale, is how I see it. Like, it's obvious. I mean, in all Madden, like, the computer game is just gonna punish you for no reason at times. I was about to make some Madden metaphor, but it doesn't work because I'm so mad. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Bobble Bobble, one more time. But so I like in football, you're trying. Nate Tice and Robert Mays talk about this on the Athletic Football Show. And as I've been taking my son to and from his daycare, I've been listening to a lot more Athletic Football Show than I ever have in my life. So I'm trying not to plagiarize them, but they talk about wanting to change the picture or force the issue on defense a lot. If you ask me, the Bears run a defense. I'm going to say this. It's going to be harsh, but that's the thing, Prabhat. It is, we want to play fast. Overemphasize at the cost of any confusion whatsoever. And the problem is the way that we would describe it is that from, I don't know, 1990, I'm guessing, on to, are you about to say Brian Flores, Jordan, or are you about to say Tampa Bay? Both are acceptable answers. From 1990 to about 20, what do you guys want to say? 2014? 2015, it was generally believed that if you gave the offense enough chances, they will mess up. But 2015 on, like, think the Mahomes era, right? The Josh Allen era. 2016 to like now. No, they won't. And so within that, you have these defenses from here, which unfortunately is the Alan Williams idea, that thinks that if we just play a little faster than them, we will mess them up eventually. And you know what? That works when Justin Jones is DeForest Buckner. That works if you have, I don't know, Chris Jones. If you have, they've had dudes in Indianapolis in the right places. Nobody gives Grover Stewart enough credit. Not that you have to. You probably don't even know who this is. He's number 90 for Indianapolis. And he's like if Andrew Billings was 10 pounds lighter and just as physical. Like, he's a monster. Pairs perfectly with DeForest Buckner, the 3-tech. And then, like, Danico Autry is better edge than the Bears have on the team. And we just don't mention his name because why would we? And so within that, you end up with these offenses like what they have right here that the Bears are playing, where when Love is on time, he's fine. Like, he's not worried. And maybe he'll make the occasional mistake, but the Packers are just going to make too many plays. And they did. In this case, it's a run play. And look at this. It's a center pull. I love this stuff. You're seeing a little bit more of this, like, almost, I don't want to call it crazy pulling action, but man, Musgrave getting a one-on-one with TJ Edwards and winning it is not fun, because you're not looking for the rookie tight end to beat a free agent linebacker. That's not something you want. I feel like Stevenson does a decent job playing this. One thing you'll see fairly often, this is just me hating, okay? All cards on the table. This is just me hating. Brisker reacts late to nearly everything. I don't know if he knows where plays are going. More often, like, I don't want to say every time. It's not that simple. But he gets to his run gap in such a way where he gets there. Totally does. It does not hurt him on this play. But it's hurt him in the past, where you'll see the occasional play where you go, how was that so easy? And Brisker, we haven't reacted. Now we're moving. There we go. It's as if he waits to confirm it. And if the run stretches out, like in this case, if Stevenson isn't standing right here to turn the run back inside, Jones is going to get outside and they're going to go. You bet swing. And it never, like, for the people that love it, it rules. For the people that don't, a few extra pieces of content, then everybody wins. Right? That's how I see it anyways. I love these. Getting to, like, talk to y'all is so fun. But so we do need, let's see, we're an hour in. We did 30 minutes of complaining. We're one drive in. So we'll speed up a little bit. Here's Tremaine coming out like a rocket. Packer. So if there's one problem when you run a pull heavy offense, it's that you need 71 here. Is this another center play? Like, No, that's not the center. It is. So with the center pulling, he's got to do a lot of things. Look at this. He's literally looking at Jordan Love right now. This is the not complicated. It's the only drawback of creative run design is that Josh Myers has to snap the ball, get to his spot, and then look for who to block. So he literally doesn't see Tremaine Edmonds, who comes out like a rocket and just stones AJ Dillon immediately before Josh Myers says, "Oh yeah." That is what I should have blocked him. I love what is this? Do I use a device? It's Premiere Pro, Cody. I'd tell you if it was something more complicated. I always love it when somebody like Jalen Johnson shows this kind of agility. Like, look at this. Like, plant in the knees. I would have ripped my ACLs. And he still gets a shoulder into the run. Like, Jalen's not the most vicious run defender on the planet, but it's fun watching all the minutia of football. By the way, here is our first Pickens Dexter rep. Can I just say, I love throwing rookies into the fire. What on earth are we doing? We do this twice in this game. I know Andrew Billings needs a break. What are we doing? Putting both rookies on the field inside the 10. Can someone explain? Like, both rookies on the field inside the 10. Can't we just run a couple more snaps with our starters? There's not that many. You're like, I've never coached, so I don't know. But putting two rookies at the same time on the field, on the field in the goal line situation seems aggressive to me. 22, by the way, is Elijah Hicks' case because Brisker got immediately hurt. So on that last tackle, Brisker, I don't know if he fully left the game. I think he came back, as a matter of fact. But yeah, it's Matt Forte, right? So then rookie stuff, they go with the screen. Honestly, they get lucky. I would tell you if they didn't. Like, it's a running back screen, and I had to look at it a bunch of times because I thought there was a chance that Dexter like batted the ball down, which was which would have been awesome. But instead, you get the spider cam really hurts us here, but you could see it hit Jones and just drop. So, oh well, right? And we left the middle open because why not? As far as what the coverage was doing, let's see. Man or zone, right? In fact, can you guess what play this is? I have a guess, right? It's as if you can draw it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does this look say to you? What does this look say? This says to me, cover 2. Which is fine. It's just the way that you look at these things and you go, wow, it is very clear what we're doing. We had a man look, now we don't. Like, instead of having some of these like deeper brackets that it's not like every play has to be super complicated what you're showing. Like, it's not that simple. But especially when you don't have a defensive line that's going to do you any favors, some measure of disguise will go an awfully long way. And so let's see. Does he knock 71 into him? Yeah, kinda. You know what? We'll give you some kudos, Dex. Like, good job, Dex. Go for it. Let's see. What do you mean, Kaiser? Like, for whose play calls? But so then you get another one of these. Like, okay, so here's the Bears' attempt at disguising. Maybe. It's actually hard to tell because the Bears line up in a flat look right here. They do look like they're going to play man. So all that comment about disguising, like here you see a little bit of a disguise. Sure. The Bears are going to drop into cover 2 out of this. And so with the motion, they have to communicate who's going where. I don't actually know how much changed, to be honest. But so from there, you get cover 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Hicks kind of gets lost, but that's that. I'm not a huge Hicks guy. He's a former 7th round pick. So the fact that he leaves his corner out wide open, I'm just like, nah. What I got to tell you, I love. So first of all, Eddie Jackson just gets flat beat. Like, huge Eddie lover, huge Eddie guy. When you square up your guy like this, you got to be able to collision him. Dobbs gets him on this stutter step right here. Pop, 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 pop. Bang. Eddie breaks for the corner. Which happens when you're in space. Like eventually the offensive player is going to beat you. It's kind of like what batter pitcher relationship. It happens. It's funny, John. Eddie started bad. PFF gave him a great grade. I thought there were some things that Eddie did pretty well, but I'm not going to go to bat for Eddie on a play like this because I don't want to get called a homer. But so, anyways, if there's something that I love about this play, man, I love the design on Green Bay's part. So what they're running is a haplo. That's probably going to be Josh Blackwell, the backup nickelback. I don't think they're going to move anybody crazy. They're just going to put him in. This is Dragon. Like what the Packers are running is something we talked about in the Tyson Bagent breakdown, but it's just the world's most basic West Coast play you could possibly look at. And against cover two, in many cases, you'd want to throw to the flat. And Love thinks about it. Like you could see him working to the flat already, reading this corner, taking a look at what he's going to do. He steps up and thinks about the flat. But man, what I love about this design is that normally you're just calling like a pick aside, so it'd be Dragon, nearly unsupported. Of course, Reinhardt, I saw it. I was like, nah, he's an OG. I gotta follow him. What the Packers are doing on the backside opens up that Dragon route over the middle late in the play. So it's not that Love ever has to spend any time looking here. It's basically eye candy. But kudos to what the Packers are doing on offense, because not only do they get into this with emotion, which is nice because you've got Jaden Reed now moving and you might create a bust in coverage. Stevenson does a good job following it. Obviously, we saw Hicks gets beat on the open side. Rip me in case. But Tremaine Edmonds isn't about to allow a throw over the middle to Luke Musgrave. And when he follows Musgrave, that Dragon route becomes what basically works out as a dig, because Romeo Doubs has played football before in his life and he flattens it out like you'd expect an NFL defender to do. So look at how open the middle of the field is right here. Like, did Love step into the pocket somewhat unnecessarily? Yes, but man, what a beautiful amount of space to throw into. And if we could just call it out, Love is he's kind of throwing as he comes open. This isn't the world's most anticipatory ball, nor does it have to be. But you can really see it on the view back here, where by the time Love throws it, man, he's just throwing to open space. Reinhardt, it looks like, so my guess is that Tremaine Edmonds is working out habits. So for better or for worse, right? Because to Reinhardt's point, in most spot drop zones, you're going to pass this. So Edmonds would pass this off to Kyler Gordon. But also, because it's the red zone, a lot of players and a lot of defenses will play match. Buffalo played match. We've talked about match for years. If you haven't before, or if you don't know what match is, it's basically everything starts as zone, and the first guy to come into your zone becomes your man, and then you play man. I don't mind Edmonds covering the tight end, because while Gordon does ultimately accept it, Gordon's also being stressed by the route down here, I guess. I think I'm making excuses, to be honest. But playing match coverage is better. I like it more. Like, philosophically speaking, I wish they ran it. They don't. And so, like you're saying, Edmonds could have stood in the middle, but instead, he is out of the way. Also, man, oh man, the pass rush. Bears did this nearly all game. They've got 91, 95, 93, and is it 90? Yeah, it's 90 in the game. And match is fine if Eddie gets his guy, but they just generate no pressure at all. And yikes. Like, I don't want to go. It's first drive. This happens, but it becomes a major pattern, and we all saw it. Like, the Bears got no pressure, and I don't know what they're gonna do. Yes, John, you bet. I would love that, man. That would be awesome. I doubt I'm gonna get hired to coach, but it would be awesome to get to work with an NFL team in nearly any capacity. So from there, like, you get some of these where, look at this. It's our guy. Second drive. Andrew Billings puts a little pressure on, and Love, when this is gonna happen. Okay, if you like Packer Schadenfreude, know that I'm not trying to like tease Jordan Love. When Love sees an open option, he will throw with ridiculous anticipation, like we see here, rather than just eating a sack under any circumstance. This would be great, but eventually Love is going to throw probably 1 to 2 back-breaking picks in some other game that isn't Chicago. It's a bummer that the Bears couldn't tease this out, right? But Billings is able to get through, create some pressure, and Love just flicks the ball, and it's not accurate, right? Because, I mean, he's throwing so anticipatorily that he's functionally guessing at where the receiver is going to be. Kvisto, yes, but Kmet does it in the, like, unspectacular plays. Does that make sense? Like, okay, I don't hate Cole Kmet like JT O'Sullivan does. I Kmet pilled myself at the end of last season looking at some of the routes that Kmet's developing on. But JT O'Sullivan, for those who follow him, he's phenomenal. QB school. Like, JT sees the same things that I know I used to complain about, still kind of do, about like how the Bears will use Cole Kmet like he's Luke Musgrave. That's the issue. Does this make sense, team? Like, if you had Trey Burton and Cole Kmet, that's a hell of a tight end room. Like, he can block for you, and he'll just leak into random space, and you'll hit him for easy completions, and he'll fall forward, and everybody will give you a thumbs up. But the Bears will split him out wide, and they'll expect him to win one-on-one. And that's where things get a little weird. And that's okay. Like, he's absolutely right from the receiving game perspective, but from the tight end perspective, I can understand it, especially given like Kmet's production helps. Let's see. Isn't it like Idris, isn't it ironic that we want Fields to throw with anticipation, but Love got to sit and wait for a long time? Yes, but Idris, here's the problem. Okay. Let's go back to this last one. Okay. The touchdown. I'm so glad you brought this up. There's one more play that I can go through and we could talk about it. It's not this play. Okay. I have a little timer under here. So let me take a guess. Take a guess for how long it had in the pocket. Felt like an eternity, right? Right? I will figure out exactly how long he had in the pocket, but I bet it's shorter than you think it was. Let's see, 9, 11, 41. So he throws the ball at the 3.5 second mark, like roughly 3.5 seconds. I could get you the specifics, but it's about 3.5. That is an eternity. And kudos to Jordan Love. He makes it feel like an eternity. There are a lot of plays where Fields, in part, JT said this about Fields and it clicked in my head and now I can say it. Like, am I plagiarizing? You make the call. Fields will drop back so slowly that by the time he gets to here, where he's on his first read, it's like 2 seconds into the play. So it'll look like the Bears are getting instant pressure. They're getting pressure at 3 seconds in a lot of these cases where you'll see Fields hang in the pocket for a pretty long time. And that's okay. Yeah, go. It can't happen that Eddie gets beat inside here. But if I'm going to give Jordan Love credit for something, like, it is that he operates the pocket like your traditional pocket passer that makes you feel the weight of 3 Mississippi. And that helps the offensive line a lot because as they stonewall the Bears, he gets through 4 or 5 reads in some of these cases and then gets the ball out. I still think that Love is not a great improviser. He looks like he's going to be a better improviser than he is because he's got some tools and stuff like that. But Jordan Love, like, is going through, or like when he's on schedule, and he could stay on schedule pretty easily, he can hurt you. And he will. But a lot of other teams aren't going to give the Packers the casual piece in the pocket. Akusai, I'm sure they would, but there's an element I hear coaches talk a lot about not trying to mess up somebody's natural tempo, natural arm angle, natural this, natural that. You basically don't want to take a raw piece of clay and try to turn it into not clay, right? You have to mold the clay, but if Patrick Mahomes is marble and Josh Allen is granite, you can't take clay and make it a different material. And in some cases, speeding somebody's drop up, that's just how that goes, right? Um, so, like, can we contrast a field? You know what? Just for you, yes, we can. Let me see if I can find a good one. Let me see. I have to scan through a lot of game. I am intaking information at light speed. There's a specific play I want. Oh, it might have been that one. This. Yes. So the one that comes to mind for me, if we're going to be very specific, just because it's really long. So this is the broken, or this is the free play that the Bears get. And Justin Fields is about to take an 11-step drop. And by the time he finally sets to throw, Darnell Mooney is holy smokes open, because you've got this, or it's cover three, standard cover three look. You've got the Packers rotating to the middle of the field. They played cover three for the majority of the game. And if Fields gets this throw off, I mean, any sooner. And hey, don't let me pretend that Darnell Wright didn't just get flat beat here on the right-hand side. He really struggled with Rashawn Gary getting wide on him. That's a conversation we'll have a little bit later. But man, if he gets nearly any faster, the ball comes out. And if it comes out, you might get a touchdown. The Bears still pick up 5 yards, but now that you've seen it, let's go just a little further in. Look at the tempo on the way that Justin Fields drops back. Sack. And then, yeah, Mooney looks, I'm glad you think sad. I think mad. And Callie, I'm telling you right now, I will let the chat say it. I am never going to say it, because the moment that I say it, it's just gonna be bad. I can't do it. Like, we could talk about a lot of other quarterbacks. You guys can say it for fun, but I can't seriously advocate for the UDFA quarterback. Just saying. Not in the middle of Fields' trial season, and not this early. But so exactly, Akusai. Here's Love's drop back. Snap, 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 snap. Ball. Another play. Let me see if I can just find it on the fly. I'm always impressed when I do this. Like, not to pat myself on the back, but was it this one? No. It's this one. Here's another one. Like, snap, pop, 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 bang. And look at this play. Like, honestly, I hate to be this guy, because I call it like I see it. There's nothing I can do about it. Look at how good the footwork is here. Bang, 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 bang. Like, that's a 5-step drop. We did this in a second. Less. Bang, bang, bang. There it is. First read, right? And even worse, like, so this play, if we're going back, first of all, pre-snap, what are we running? Well, it sure looks like it's probably cover 2 again, right? Because, like, Bears are standing in a bunch of very standard, very, 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 very standard zone spots. Little bit of motion, and it looks like we rotated. Look at us. We went to cover 3. So disguise. I mean, this is the Alan Williams ideology. If you want to give him any credit, he could look and say, we disguised it. What do you want me to do? Right? Because Robert thought it was cover 2. It's actually cover 3. Surprise. With Eddie Jackson coming downhill. So now we're in a cover 3 zone, but we're not matching anything. So instead of Eddie Jackson sticking with Jaden Reed, which would have been locked, right? Like, we're talking locks, or like, we're locking him up. Instead, we're playing true zone at this point, like 4 under with Stevenson and Jalen out here, and Tremaine Edmonds gets worked. Like, if you want now that, so, okay, I want you to watch Edmonds as we rewind one more time and then come back for it. Drop, cut inside, Jaden Reed throws right to where he was. So what happened? I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Jordan Love worked him. Like, Love gets back in the pocket, stares straight at Tremaine Edmonds, or at least he's looking him off because he's looking at the route over there. He knows he wants Jaden Reed, who's coming there. So he looks back towards Jaden Reed because Tremaine Edmonds is playing what's called eyes to the quarterback, right? Edmonds sees him look like he's going to load to throw. And then Love no looks him. And it's that easy. Like, Case, I saw you comment on the arm angle. It's worse. He no looks Tremaine Edmonds. And it is that easy, right? Not only that, but like the footwork, calm in the pocket, zero worry about any pressure. And I mean, there is no worry about any pressure. Because while the Bears are running, I could make a joke here about how they took Billings off. Billings is like 330 pounds. Like, he's a rotational guy and always has been. But Rasheem Green is going to get you nothing on this pass rush. Justin Jones, DeMarcus Walker do nearly nothing. Walker has one pressure a little later in the game. Unique isn't going to get there, but we talked in Unique's breakdown about how, like, he pops a couple times a game, if that. It's a sweet play. And it's the Bears. It at the end of the day comes down to the comfort, because right around halfway through the game at this point, Love is so comfortable in the pocket that he's just not worried. There is no internal clock. Nothing is sped up. Love can play backyard red jersey football because the Bears are letting him do it. And so at the end of the day, I don't want to say the same arguments that I did last year. That sucked. Basically looking at everybody who said, how can we be better? And saying, within this scheme, nothing. It's not the scheme. It's the lack of blitzing, to be honest with you. Because, in my opinion, the coach's job is to set his players up for success. And in my opinion, that includes an evaluation element that says, are we going to beat them with our 4? We are not. And so you're either going to blitz replace, which would be like, you could have Edwards, who did this a lot. Like, you could have both of the linebackers mug up so that at least you draw some of the offensive linemen's attention. This would be the Mike Zimmer method of doing things. You could do this the Tampa Bay way, where you basically just send somebody on every play. Tampa, 40% of the time, blitzes, and you won't know where it's coming from. They'll blitz their cornerback. They'll blitz their, you can watch for this in the game. They'll blitz their corner. They'll blitz their linebackers. They will blitz 2 guys and drop him off into coverage. Like, Tampa will just send dudes, and you don't know where they're coming from because they've put every blitz imaginable on tape. And they've got Devin White, who's just a bat out of hell at specifically those blitzes. So you have that to deal with. Like, that's one way that you could deal with it. And like you're saying, Reinhardt, in theory, this would be to the Bears' strengths, because not only is Tremaine Edmonds basically twice the coverage size of your standard linebacker, but TJ Edwards is a decent blitzer. So you, like, especially as far as timing goes, or maybe you use Sanborn to do it. He can blitz. Maybe you use Gordon once he's healthy. He's pretty quick when it comes to blitzing. So you could play these 6-man coverages in what are called fire zones, but that's a whole different scheme. Like, that's not cover 2. This would be talking about the supplement. This is like the kid who asks for chocolate and not the chocolate chip pancake. Like, you still have to bake the pancake, and the pancake is disguise cover 2, 4 down front. And within that, something's got to change, because the Bears did change it now and again. When the Bears played Washington last year, they blitzed a lot. They did a bunch of creative stuff, but these games happen more than they should. I really want to understand from Alan Williams' perspective why we think this stuff is working. And maybe Alan Williams would point and be like, well, we had a coverage breakdown. And I'd look and say, yeah. Like, we did have a coverage breakdown because quarterbacks are good. Jordan Love made a really good play. Look at Zach Wilson. Look at Zach Wilson last night. I'm not even playing around, right? Zach Wilson didn't suck the whole game. Like, I could make fun of him all I want to, but the truth is, Zach Wilson fell apart when he was pressured, like a modern quarterback. Most quarterbacks right now, um, like, they are comfortable when they're comfortable. And it's when they get pressured that they show you who you are. I'm sure you guys watched, maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but the Mahomes Detroit game, Mahomes got pressured by one player almost the entire game. It simply did not bother him. I think if there's anything Mahomes does that really blows my mind, it is how comfortable Patrick Mahomes is when he's pressured by one person. He'll just step out of the way. The offensive line will recollect himself, and then he will fire the ball from nearly any angle to wherever he wants to. Fields, on the other hand, to use an example, when he's pressured, steps all the way away from pressure and has to fully reset his feet before he's back into a passing mode, if you will. And so within that, I mean, I don't know. Like, I look at this, thank you so much, Eric Smith, and I see a defense that desperately needs to it clearly, Peyton, it is possible. It's just the Bears didn't want to do it, which stuns me. Because again, I can see what they think they're doing. The Bears think that they're getting this front out really wide to create space for inside moves, outside moves, and bull rushes. The problem is Rasheem Green is not beating David Bakhtiari under any circumstances. Like, the case they, yeah, I just explained it. Like, you need Justin Jones to win you a rep. You need DeMarcus Walker to win you a rep. And if I could be so blunt, DeMarcus Walker got paid $7 million in the middle of free agency. That is not an edge defender's salary. It, like, we're back to you get what you pay for to a heavy degree. I mean, this is where the Bears needed Jalen Carter. And I understand that. If I had 2 first-round picks, I would have picked both. I didn't mind planning for the future, and the problem with tackle, if I had to be so blunt, is that you have to deal with a rookie tackle season eventually. There's no way around it. Like, you need your, oh my gosh, Andrew Thomas season. You need your, Tristan Wirfs is a terrible example. Like, you need your Penei Sewell season. They're gonna struggle. And so taking the tackle and getting ready for the future is something I'll never have an issue with, because we just get, like, if Darnell Wright becomes who we hope he will, and I think he's gonna at least be pretty good personally, but I guess we'll see if he can keep up on his arc. But different conversation. Like, if he becomes pretty good, then suddenly we will not have to worry about tackle for a little while, which is great. And Alessandro, I mean, at this point, whether it's Carolina or the Bears, you better start watching Jared Verse film, because the Bears are not unlikely to get a sweet edge rusher, and then maybe they'll sign Chris Jones if he hits free agency. Like, it's, oh, Reinhardt, I'm saying 2 first-round picks, because right now the Bears could also be pretty high. Like, if nothing changes, the Bears could also be pretty high. And Quinn, you're like, I completely agree. As much as everybody's talking about the Bagent thing, that's not going to happen. Like, it's Bagent's not going to start because Fields isn't going to do that. And if he does, then the Bears may pivot to securing their first round pick. Like, it's totally just a 2 cents thing. Does it, Joe, does it bother me that Fields doesn't seem to elevate anybody else in the offense? Yeah, it does. I mean, this wasn't a good game from Justin Fields. It was, okay, so we'll talk a little bit more about the defense. This is where I think, let me see, like, oh, this was a performance that was hypocritical of the staff's philosophy. Tell me what you mean, Reinhardt, because that's a bold statement, and I love that. But so, let's see, within these streams, one thing I want to do is, while we can focus on every single play, I need to hop around more. Like, there are some of these plays that I will spend way too much time focusing on. I just need to focus on this plays, to be honest with you. And we could totally still stay up late, but we can go back and forth between the offense and the defense instead of this whole, like, review literally every play on the offense and defense. And if we hate it, we'll go back to what we were doing. Oh, good call, Quinn. Thank you. I will fix that. But so, like, anyways, Fields' offense, like, Fields in this game did a better job of taking the bottom and bringing it up to here. The problem is that the top has come down, if you ask me. Like, Fields' best plays in this game. And Ron, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. The issue is, okay, so I'm trying to find a good way to say this. Not every gutsy play call sucked. Like, especially early in the game, the Bears generated some open throwing opportunities that they simply didn't throw. And that's okay. I mean, it's okay to say, I guess. It's bad. But the problem is that a lot of people wanted Fields to step forward in not taking sacks. We talked about that a lot last year. Get to your check down, etc., etc. And he did that. The issue is that Fields basically adopted a plan, not literally, but he adopted pretty much the entire game. He looked downfield. Maybe he found his read. Maybe he didn't in some cases. Like, there are some plays where I'm not 100% sure where his eyes are, but he looks downfield. He doesn't like it. He throws to his check down, and he shouldn't have every single time. Like, this concept that the Bears called 15 screens didn't happen. The Bears called like 6 or 7, and they certainly started to as they kept going. And Tommy, I hope so. I mean, the good news on this channel is that we're going to watch the film, and I'm going to tell you what I think it says. If it says Fields played great, I will tell you he played great. If Fields played not so great, like, I will tell you that he played not so great. The big issue, if you will, is that Fields brought okay, so this is the best way I could phrase it. There were a bunch of play calls where Getsy's stuff sucked, right? Things fell apart. An offensive lineman blew a block. Like, something did not materialize. Kari Blasingame pulled in as a fullback, couldn't make a miracle block. And Fields' legs helps you save those plays. Like, the stuff that does not work, Fields does a good job of rescuing you from. The issue is Fields isn't taking the top off. Like, when Fields gets the meatball, he's fouling it off, would be a way that I would put it. Like, I think that's the best way I can phrase it, actually, is that specific baseball analogy. A lot of the pitches that should have been home runs, Fields did not hit. And it's not even that he struck out. A lot of those used to be sacks. Instead, he did the check down. You'd get 7 yards instead of 30. And don't we want 30? Like, okay. Enough with the talking. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Today's Dissecting a Drive. You should watch it. I'm going to try to put out more. You should watch that one. But I'll steal some plays that I got to, because those like really stuck out to me as I was watching it. As I was prepping, because I wanted to talk about Getsy scheme stuff. Like, we end up on first play, just so you know, I'm not just dogging on Fields in this case. But let's see. Now discussing why are we losing? Thank you. You'll get plays like this where Fields. So it's a smash concept, and I'm gonna say this just because it's true. This is a high school concept, right? But so you're gonna get a quick little spot route right there, and if Jair Alexander sits where he is, like, Fields is gonna throw this to DJ Moore. Pop, 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 pop. And if he drives on DJ Moore, which the Bears think he will, by the way, they talked about this in a presser where Fields said we should have continued to bait Jair Alexander. Then you're gonna throw the smash route. And Lunatic, Fields. That's the thing though, because I don't agree with you, Lunatic. Two things can be true at the same time. Thing number one, Fields did not play in a way that should excite us. That's the truth. Thing number two, Fields wasn't even a bottom 10 quarterback in the league last week. Like, Ryan Tannehill, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, I think Zach Wilson, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Josh Dobbs. There was some bad quarterback play. There was some bad quarterback play. And had Fields played in the Miami offense, I think that he would have cakewalked. Not because Fields was looking good, but because the Bears offense had a really horrible game. And the Bears quarterback hit a bunch of checkdowns. When you hit the check down, you're going to at least keep the offense moving most of the time. Like, it's okay. It's just not exciting, right? Like you're saying, Prabhat, there were a lot of quarterbacks out there that didn't play well. It's not an excuse. Most of them have the benefit of the doubt. Like, Joe, I'm with you. Don't hear this as a defensive Fields. I'm actually about to go on the attack a little bit to try to illustrate a point because I've been so patient on this channel. I think we should have been. I think in year 1, you needed to be patient. I think in year 2, you needed to be patient. This is show or go, right? Year 3, you can't end with a question mark. A question mark is a no. You need an exclamation mark. Like, and if you don't have one, you have to make a move. David Mitchell, Alex Payne, thank you guys so much. So Fields is going to roll this out. I'm not really sure why the Bears do what they do up front, but it looks like it's a designed rollout. Honestly, if you told me that this was a pocket pass, I think I'd believe you. Like, I don't know. Not really. Because Fields rolls out immediately. They really like putting Fields on the move. But so, 100% Reinhardt. For a hot moment, I'm just going to talk through some film stuff. So, Arm TV, thanks so much for subscribing. So Fields gets the smash route. If you ask me if we were going to just hammer Fields, I would love to throw it right now. He waits a critical couple steps. And had we thrown it right now, we might have had a touchdown. I'm telling you what I think, at the very least. It's not easy. You got a guy in your face. Like, I understand. But when we don't snap our head from there to there, and we stare at this, and we make sure it's open, we make near sure that we're going to get tackled instead of running down the sidelines. Tom, does it feel like he could have stopped? That's a good question. I don't know the design. Tito, plain and simple, you can't hit receivers when you're getting pressured 56% of your dropbacks. That's a thing, Tito. Like, you're going to see some better examples than this. But I'm not about to defend Nate Davis. Looked bad. Like, 100%. But so, the ball doesn't help that it's way behind if we're picking a nit, but it gets worse on this drive, so let him have this one, right? Moving forward a little bit, because then there's some weird stuff where you want to talk like Getsy. I don't understand where the two-way goes went. Like, if we're going to, like, any hater of Justin Fields will admit that worst case scenario, you're looking at a modern day Michael Vick, right? Like, worst case scenario, he is one of the best runners in football. And so why on earth watch these guys, right? Like, watch Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore. They are blocking like they expect Fields or a runner to potentially hit a backfield cutback lane, right? Like, I don't understand why they aren't arc blocking. I talked about this in the Dissecting a Drive, but it's real. Like, you've got 47 and he's about to run through the edge right here. Like, just sprint through. Pull this ball. Like, if you had a read option on right now, then DJ Moore, you hope, gets outside of Jair Alexander. Darnell Mooney gets outside of 25. And then you've got Justin Fields in a foot race with one of the worst safeties in football. We might just win that. And worst case scenario, Fields has to navigate some blocking stuff. But he's one of the fastest people in football. Like, as far as the design of this goes, this looks like a straight handoff, and that bums me out. Because if I was designing an offense for Fields, there are so many people. I know one of them in this chat, and there might be like 12 of you that also think this. You are looking at one of the biggest haters of the quarterback run game. I think not option quarterback run game sucks because all it takes is, I don't know, could be Cole Kmet, could be Darnell Mooney. Like, if somebody blows a block, you get destroyed. You get hit so hard on a play like that, and I just don't think it's worth it. There are some things that maybe I'll green light in the red zone if I was a head coach, but to me, that quarterback hit that you give up in the designed quarterback run game is really core. Reinhardt, see you later. But read option, I would tag it nearly every play. I mean, Fields can run and Fields can get down and Fields can get out of bounds. Think about all the different zone read option runs that Fields never got hit on last year. It's a constant because he's so fast. And I'm down for that. Like, I love it. The fact that it's not here means that the backside defensive game or the backside defensive end is going to make a play on your running back. And that drives me crazy. That's the kind of thing you do with Nathan Peterman or a normal NFL quarterback, not one of the biggest aliens in football when it comes to athletic ability at the quarterback position. To me, that's just a miss. But speaking of misses, this isn't great. Tito, this one, it's not like a dunk, but like Tito, this is a play that I wanted to work up to. So the Bears are using a motion into a play that's that's very similar to what the Dolphins ran. They call it soda, where what you're going to see is Darnell Mooney motion across the formation and then get vertical, right? And so on this play, the Bears call sail, and they actually get to it in what I think is a pretty interesting way, where they're going to have Herbert check and release protect, and then get out into the flat while DJ Moore gets way out into the deep sail. And so DJ Moore can't really be more open. I mean, it's right there. And we're staring at it, or we were. I don't know what Fields is looking at, but whatever it is, he turns this down. And this could be, like I said, in dissecting a drive, if you threw this on time, Fields or DJ Moore might score in some cases. Draco, I think they would struggle. That's for sure. But I think in this situation in particular, I think they might have played better. I agree with you, Sean, that he probably sees Jair is looking at him, but you got to be able to get this ball out because seriously, Case, I see it, but Jair can't stop that fast if you put this ball on a rope where it should be. It's a quarters beater, and you could throw it now. Like, you could still throw it. Like, you can wait if you need to. Because like you're saying, now you can't. And it's still open. The moment he throws to the check down, it's still there. And because I'm with you. I actually like the Jair Alexander, point, but we can wait a little bit. And so I'm with you, Tuffy, or Tommy, that it is a safe play on 2nd and 12. But in the NFL, you have to be more aggressive than that. And that's okay. I mean, if it's open, it's open. And Derek, if we do have to start over, it's all right. We'll figure it out together. Because if Fields, let's put it this way, do we think, let's see, Arm TV, are you ready? Mark this date, Badge will enter a game and prove he can run the offense as smoothly and efficiently as possible and that he gets this guy. Hey, if he comes in and he's a stud, I'll take a stud at quarterback. The Bears could use one. Maybe he comes in, looks like Brock Purdy, would rule. Tito, I really think that's pretty wide open, and you've got to be able to make an anticipatory throw in that setting. We'll be able to see it, or we'll see a lot of examples. Like, for instance, this play is, this one they take the 2 false starts. Kaiser, the black mark to anticipation is that anticipation tends to lead to interceptions that look pretty bad in many cases. Hester, it feels like he emphasized not taking sacks, and so he's got an internal clock that pops, and then he gets the ball to his check down. And so Joe, I don't know about that. As good I think a runner as Fields is, I think his magic comes from being in the pocket. And the moment that you handed him the ball or something like that, I think that there, unfortunately, are other runners that are better. I mean, he's an athlete. Right now, he plays like an ATH in college. The kind of kid that comes out of high school and you're like, this is an athlete. We'll teach him how to play quarterback. And it's a bummer to see some of these turn downs. Now, we can freak out. For instance, I sent this to a friend of mine. His name's Bobby Peters. He's the guy who writes the book on the offenses. He talked about how this play design is garbage. It is something that reflects what you would call Omaha spot dig. So it's going to look like that. And then I like the in-snap motion that gets us to Foreman's flat route. I think that's nice. But the problem is when you look at the route spacing, we don't generate a throwing lane to DJ Moore. Like, there isn't a world where Roschon Johnson isn't unintentionally standing directly in DJ Moore's throwing lane. This curl, if we had to be really specific, needs to be over here because you want this guy to drive on that and widen a big old throwing lane for DJ Moore instead of having a rookie running back standing in the middle of the lane. Like, from a design perspective, or maybe a coaching fine-tuned perspective, this isn't good. I don't really get, actually, Getsy's use of 21 personnel. It popped up a lot where, why are we going, look at this. We've got 5 threats on the field, and 2 of them are running backs. But, like, why? Like, why do we need this to be Roschon and not Tyler Scott? I am not about to stand for Chase Claypool at this point, even though you're supposed to. You're supposed to be able to use your wide receiver 3, but instead we've got a rookie running back like that is going to run routes for us. Like, you could have ESB at this point. I hear you, Joe. Like, it's okay that, like, this isn't even me trying to come after Roschon per se. It's more like, why from a formation perspective are we going to ask? It's effectively playing a player out of position. Like, he did Haplo. I mean, when Roschon does what he's good at it, as he should be. And I'm with you. Let me see, who was it that said that DJ would be open? If you spaced this correctly, DJ should be open. Like, that, you get the look, you get cover 3. But if you'd run it like Carolina, he'd have been open. And instead, like, Badgett hits the flat route, Fields runs the ball. There's no wrong answer because, again, you're looking at an outstanding athlete that scored 3 touchdowns and had 5 carries of over 50 yards last year. He can run the ball whenever the seas part like that. It's not even an excuse. Like, that should be part of his game. Doesn't matter. Or, like, no problem. But the spacing aspect, not great. And then on the shallow cross, which is so funny because I wondered last year why the Bears ran so much shallow cross until I misidentified shallow cross as mesh. And then it popped in my head because Ohio State used to run mesh every time they needed like a multi-read play. Ohio State's tape, Ryan Day does a good job coordinating the offense that he does. It's a bunch of one reads. Like, you've got great receivers there. I mean, you've got Brian Hartline coaching phenomenal talents. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. You've got Chris Olave back in the day. Garrett Wilson is Spider-Man doing amazing things. Like, it's this parade of incredible receivers. Why wouldn't you design an offense that's just a bunch of one-on-ones? Like, and one read looks, to be honest, like, just stare at him until he's open, basically. And it was funny because Fields came out of college and I knew he could run mesh and Nagy knew he could run mesh. So we ran mesh a lot. And then we ran mesh a lot last year, but we never had the time to run mesh or like to get everybody out. And then you get a play like this that is, so DJ Moore comes across the field. Then Cole Kmet is going to sit over the back of it. You can run this if you like it on a man look. You could sit it down if you don't. Like if you think it's zone. And then on the other side, you've got a double move for Chase Claypool. But if you know mesh, for the people that do, that is basically half of what mesh gets you in the first place. So DJ Moore's going to sit this down. He's going to be the number 2 read. Cole Kmet is going to be right here, the number 3 read. And once we get through Chase Claypool, both these guys are open. Like, this, to me, the biggest worry with Justin Fields is that he's turning these throws down. Like, you talk about the running back, but you got to remember, Derek, that like the running back that would take eyes in the back of your head. Like, that would take years in the offensive system at reading the cover. Honestly, you just wouldn't throw to the running back. You would throw to one of the 2 open receivers. You would either throw it low to DJ Moore, something like that, or you would throw it to Cole Kmet. And then if you didn't like them, I think Fields does throw it to the running back, as a matter of fact. So the Bears still pick up like 9 yards. This is what makes this game so funky to talk about, because Fields didn't do bad things. He just didn't do the good things, right? Like, he looks at 2 open receivers, passes them up. Look at this. Cole Kmet's at the first down line. We don't end up picking up a first down. Like, it's because you have to make these throws when you get the chances, because you don't get second chances. It's 2nd and 12. Because we don't hit Cole Kmet, it's like we fail on 3rd down and we end up kicking, and we're glad that we hit a near 50-yard field goal. And Alessandro, I do think it's coaching. I mean, whether it's Getsy or whether it's Eberflus, you've got to know that my overarching thesis, I guess, is that a very heavy, or a very old school anti-turnover head coach came in and said, don't you dare turn it over. Don't you dare turn it over. Don't you dare turn it over. And maybe AC, like, Fields doesn't trust the offensive line, but like, this isn't you should be able to release this ball. Like, within the context of this lunatic, I am just letting you know, like, you've had people ask you to tone it down. Like, I need you to tone it down or I'm going to hide you. I understand, because you've been on this channel before. Like, but we do have to tone it down, because you've made your point, and you're not going to get anybody to like jump in and agree with you. That's all I'll say about it. If I see a couple more, I'm going to have to hide you, put you in timeout. So don't want to. Anyways, getting back to it. This is an NFL pocket. Like, it is, Tom. The offensive line did their job. And if I could call out something that we've talked about, or I don't know if we've talked about it, but certainly plenty have, Fields' release puts him in a jam. Like, in many cases, Justin Fields doesn't seem like he can get the ball out fast enough, because his windup basically takes too long. And so within that, you're hoping that Fields would be able to hit this. Certainly, if he's able to hit the check down, why can't he hit Kmet? That's a question that I think is well worth asking. But there are plenty of quarterbacks. Okay, I'll give you some homework if you like homework. Like, if you want an NFL example, Josh Allen, Derek Carr. I'm never going to say Patrick Mahomes, because that just doesn't count. Like, Josh Allen, Derek Carr, and I'm going to think of another mid example, Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, those are 3 quarterbacks with really fast releases. Not all of them are good, right? If you want college, Quinn Ewers has one of the fastest releases that I've seen in a long time. He's got his own warts, but he can get the ball out quick. And Fields' release just puts him in a jam, I think, because he doesn't trust himself. It's a whole trust thing. Like, he stares at Kmet and then moves over. And Haplo, I'm with you. Like, they've made a point about it, but the improvement we get is that we hit the check down now. Is that good enough? That's kind of the question, right? And so then on 3rd and 7, like, exactly, J-Mass. It is a baseball motion. It doesn't have to, I don't know, you can work with that. Russell Wilson certainly has. But then on 3rd down, the Packers send the house, or they don't send the house, but they send all 5. And so when Lucas Patrick snaps the ball way to the left of Fields, and Fields comes back across, there's a man in his face. He tips the ball, and a 3rd and 7 play has no chance, right? Like, and he did, Draco, throw an anticipation throw. But man, like, Ron, I hear you, because I do. Like, every time the offense fails, the offensive coordinator sucks. I mean, in this case, the offensive coordinator actually did do a pretty bad job, if you ask me. But it also felt like, because this was the 2nd drive of the game, it felt like this drive must have pissed Getsy off so bad that he just freaked out. And then we get plays like this. And this play, if you ask me, is garbage. At least the way Fields runs it, like the way that this looks like it was taught was bad. And that's the thing. Like, Case, because you point out that the play design itself isn't a bad thing. If Claypool catches this ball and gets upfield, there's a little tunnel, but moving beyond that, it's the screen on 3rd down. Like, screen on 3rd and 6 plus is such a common play call, especially for the Bears, that you're just gonna get red, right? It's like, we got any gamers in the chat? We got any video game players that have played a fighting game and know when you play that friend of yours or that person online the third time in a row that you can figure out like, okay, they follow the jab up with the front kick. If I block that, go low, I should be able to punish him. And then you just like run them down. Like Green Bay knew the tendencies, and that's fine. Like it, I guess, but within this concept, or because we're not calling something full field, we have to hope that we got them right. There are some play calls in these cases where where basically if your play call doesn't get them, then you lost. And the screen is one of those where if the defense reads you, it kind of works not unlike an uppercut, not fighting game, like a real one. Like the uppercut's too slow to throw out all the time. You can't win a fight off of pure uppercuts. But if you mix them in correctly, then you'll catch defenses off guard, just like the Bears did early. But they ran up a screen bill that was just a little too high. And here, I think it came out a little obvious. Doesn't help anything that the Bears really love to run screens off of 3 wide receiver sets. And for all I know, somebody's telling on themselves. But Sledge, I don't blame you. But so, like you're saying, Case, I mean, to me, believe it or not, I think the player that kills this is Lucas Patrick. Just because, like, the snap is over here, and it is really hard for Aaron Rodgers to convert that into a quick screen out to the right-hand side. Like, we have heard me talk about Getsy, talk about Fields, but like this is execution. Like, especially on screens, snaps got to hit the target. And the snaps really were all over the place in this game, which did not help anything. And let's see, does Schmitz seal this enough for me? Let's take a look. Oh, good. I have to go wide again. And that's the minutia stuff that, like, you get one replay when you watch the broadcast. So I don't blame anybody because the camera zooms in on a little box right here, basically. The real box is closer to this, and I get that. And so I don't blame anybody for being like, these guys suck, this guy sucks, and sometimes this guy sucks. Because they're the only ones we can ever see, right? Like, it's so funny to me that you end up with people. Fans don't usually complain about specific receivers because we can't see them, right? But so let's see, does Kmet seal this enough? Well, Kmet's not trying to. Like, Kmet's trying to get out here. Looks like Mooney's trying to get out here. And then, like you're saying, let's see. The problem is screens also work best when the defense is rushing so far upfield. While few realize that's how Barry teaches his DL, I don't think Shy ever earned the screens they called. Well, it doesn't help anything that the screen's kind of like throwing out a lazy uppercut, honestly. Like, but so let's get back to this play because I do think this is helpful. This is, to me, where Getsy started to fall apart a little bit because I just hate this formation. So we almost look like we're in a Robert Friendly formation. God, do I love the spread. I really do. Like, spread everything out, especially in this day and age of showing a bunch of man and zone coverage. Like, I love spreading the ball out. The problem is, Case, what would you do as a defensive back if you saw Kari Blasingame, Robert Tonyan, and Cole Kmet out to one side of the football field? What do you think they're doing? Like, I hate to point the finger and say, are we kidding? But like, what is it? And so, like, I understand that everybody's focused on Tanyan here, but 25 jumps this pretty hard. Like, you're expecting the DB to flow towards where the play is going. But my goodness, is this the most obvious screen? If anything, I'm almost surprised that he was the only receiver to break on it, because that's as clear as it gets. It doesn't help anything that JT O'Sullivan points out that chances are Fields has a throwing option up here. Like, it's a screen, yes, but we could take a little while to get there. We can at least glance at the route up the top. And Mooney wins. Like, bang. We want this, right? Didn't we ask Getsy to call more slants? Like, trust me that I want to give as much credit as is possible to everybody. It's almost like in searching for the truth, we have to be we have to call what we have to call what things are, if only because if we don't, we end up making true excuses for people. And I would just guess, like, most NFL play calls aren't so simple as you get one thing, right? And if Mooney snaps this off and then bang, we hit Mooney, and I think Jair probably closes on him, to be honest with you guys. But we're looking at what could have easily been 10 yards. Like, you spin it to him. But so honestly, Sean, it did feel like everybody was bad on Sunday. It felt like everybody took turns in a lot of cases. I'll tell you what, this to me is fun. Darnell Wright, so Callie, lovingly, or Kalichi, probably not. If only because Fields' release is pretty natural to him. That's like asking somebody to fix how they walk in some cases. Maybe they can, but how they walk is kind of how they walk. When you're watching Darnell Wright and when you're watching Braxton Jones, I want you to giggle because they are opposites, and I think it's hilarious. Like, Darnell Wright has bricks in his hands. Darnell Wright can hit you with his hands, latch immediately with like 2 to 3 fingers, and hold somebody off without nearly any problem. His issue is that his lower body is not quick enough down his arc. You'll see that he looks pretty labored in terms of his foot speed. The way that he moves, like, he needs quite a few like he needs bigger steps, like more distance traveled per step to get to where he wants to be. Whereas Braxton, if you look at his feet, part of this is because he's spent a year in the league, but Braxton's footwork is pretty, like pop, 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 latch. The only issue is that Braxton's catch you later, MJ. It sucks. Like, go Bears. The Braxton's issue is one of anchor, but it does seem like Braxton has developed just enough anchor to hang in there because he got a bunch of reps against Preston Smith that tested him, I would say. And he didn't like acquit, but it was pretty solid. AC, probably a little bit. I mean, I actually thought Wright was quite equitable, even in the state that he was, because now the Bears are at like 2nd and 17. But I want to show off at least a little bit of Darnell Wright. Here's a decent inside recovery that Nate Davis actually helps us out with a little bit because Wright holds him, and I'm okay with that. Robert Tonyan definitely did a bad job blocking. That's how it goes. This was one that JT fumed about. Take it from him. He's the guy who played quarterback. He says Claypool is open and that, yes, Fields is pressured, but that we got to throw this. You guys can make your own decision. The window is definitely there. Like, for Fields to throw it right now, he's already moving. But if you throw it there, we are winning the corner. His hips are out that way. We are breaking inside. Like, let's go. But to me, this was Fields' game in a nutshell. Like, to me, this was the perfect description, frankly, of Justin Fields' game. Look at this. Look at this. We didn't make a throw that could have been, had we caught it, turned up field, maybe we get the first down. I bet you he gets tackled about 1.5 short, right? But so within this, like, Fields didn't make the throw, but he gets yards, right? I thought this is one of the biggest parts of this argument on Twitter, right? Because there are some people that are saying Fields looked freaking terrible. And then there are some people that are saying, come on, Fields didn't look that bad. Both are right, because Fields last year took the bad and made it way worse. And Fields didn't do that here. Like, in this game, he got out of the pocket when he needed to. And throughout the entire first half, he didn't take a sack outside of that play that we're getting to. The problem is you have to rip it. Like, if you won't make this throw, I don't know what you do. Like, you can't live and die off of your legs forever if we're passing up a decent look. And again, I know we've got a guy at our feet. I'm aware. The other ones have been bigger problems, but you start to erode the benefit of the doubt when you miss the other ones. And then now when stuff's here and you still don't hit it, like as a fan, another thing that I'll tell you, I do think hurts Fields. Okay, this sucks, but I got to do it. I was thinking when I grab the football, it's super dorky. But so, okay, you're about to see some really bad form. A lot of quarterbacks will just risk the ball. In this case, you might have seen a quarterback like jump out of the way and flick the ball. We actually did see Bagent do this a couple times. Purdy does this a couple times. Guys like Mahomes, Allen, you've seen it a lot. Like just the elbow throw, right? But so like within Fields, it's as if he has to get his entire body there before he can make that throw, which just means that there's less situations where he can throw the ball. And you need to be able to make those elbow throws because the pocket won't always be clean. Like, to me, that's the biggest issue. Yes, of course, it looks like the offensive line played terribly because when you don't throw this, like right here, we haven't been hit yet. You might have to throw the ball and take a hit. Like if you throw the ball and take a hit, then it doesn't look like we took pressure and then took pressure again and then had to run for our life. People are going to watch that snap. Here, let me fast forward just a little so you can see from this angle. Would we agree? People are going to watch this snap and say, God, the Bears' offensive line just sucks. How could anybody survive? Because it looks like it, right? Like, I don't blame anybody that doesn't see quarterback timing for looking at the Bears' offensive line, especially on the broadcast angle, and thinking that these guys suck. Like, because when Fields holds onto the ball like this, it looks really bad. These are two pressures. How did the Bears give up 35 pressures? Partially because of this. Like they would have given the Bears either one or no pressures if the ball comes out on time. Because I know there's some quarterbacks that go play action and they just rip it right there. Like, so is it a pressure? Good question. And Prabhat, I agree with you on Brady, but I really work to not use names like Tom Brady in comparison. But you're totally right. Like, it to me, I see this feedback loop, right? And that's the other thing, Josh or John. Like Fields seems as if they have managed to turn off the faucet on the deep stuff, and instead they got all these checkdowns and moving the ball from 2nd and 17 to I think it's like, oh yeah, they called a defensive hold. So the Bears get a first down. Sure. But we pass on a deeper gain because, and moreover, we pass on the offense working in cycle or like working on schedule, right? Like that play, as good, as nice as it is for Justin Fields, isn't going to make the offense feel better. Like that's not a play that is going to inspire any confidence. And I'm not saying that it's why Chase Claypool gave up, because that would be just a terrible excuse, but that stuff plays into it, I think, at least a little bit. And again, no, I just can't even address the Bajan stuff. Like I totally get it, but we can't talk Bajan. I will say that if there's another thing that I thought that the Packers did really well, it's that the Packers were completely unafraid to feature their best receiver. Whereas I swear at times like this play, let's see. No, actually, I think they may get something for more here. The Bears left DJ Moore out on the side like he was just somebody, right? Like I was appalled at the way that the Bears didn't manufacture touches for DJ Moore that would theoretically calm Fields down. Sure, you didn't hit the deep sail route. That sucks. Like, can't we do a little more to get the ball into his hands? To Jordan's point, why aren't we calling a screen to DJ Moore, for crying out loud? Like, and to John's point, like, I'm not trying to burst the Bagent bubble. He could be fun. We don't know. He certainly made an impression. And when you make an impression on a coaching staff, that generally tends to mean at least some good things. Bryce Young, who's supposedly a coverage genius, like through 2 picks. I mean, the backup quarterback stuff gets really exciting, and I get it. But like, we're talking about a UDFA rookie that maybe, but probably like certainly not next week, for crying out loud. And you built this whole team for Justin Fields to show you something. He's going to get chances to show you something, and it's not going to be easy. Like, if you are a Justin Fields hater, you don't even have to keep it to yourself. Like, they're playing the Buccaneers. That's a good defense. They're playing the Chiefs the week after that. The week after that, they take on Sean Payton. The week after that, they play another really good defense. Like, this isn't... does anybody remember when Mitch Trubisky and Matt Nagy cooked a bunch of terrible teams? Like, they cooked a bunch of terrible teams. Like, and everybody got really, really, really excited because with, like, they beat the Jags, who were tanking. They beat they beat the Lions, who were awful. They beat Minnesota. That was actually pretty surprising. But everybody looked at that and said, "Oh my gosh, Mitch rules. We are smoking hot right now." And Mitch is the guy. Fields doesn't get that. Like, Fields is about to make his name on some pretty tough defenses, or it's going to fall apart. And that's okay. Like, it is what it is at the very least. We're fans. We can't control anything, so we don't really get to choose. Like, let's see what happened with 2 tight end under center with jet motions. Like, are you talking, oh man, like the 2 quarterbacks under center, like that kind of stuff? Or what specifically are you talking about? And you get some of this, and JT talked about it. Like, I can't cover every play, so I'll move forward. J-Mass, I tend to agree with you. Okay, I, as a content creator, I think it's kind of silly to be out or in on Fields. Like, it's a stance, and that's fine. I hope you guys enjoy this however you want to. I don't get a choice. Fields is going to play. With that in mind, I'm just going to keep evaluating him. What I will tell you, because I actually had to think about this, like, to me, the fairest way that I can say this is if the season ended today, I would probably draft another quarterback. But it doesn't. It's not even close. It's week 1. And to me, that's, I think, maybe the way, if you ever end up in a conversation about this, try phrasing it that way too. Like, we aren't going to bench Justin Fields, nor does it help the Bears to bench Justin Fields. That would be ridiculous. Like, you don't know enough. You played a team that you're nearly cursed on. Like, the Bears have lost the Packers 9 times in a row. They've lost the Packers 24 times out of the last 27 games. It is insane. The Buccaneers are a slightly more normal test. Like, maybe they'll get gutted. Maybe they won't. And like you're saying, Slim Jim, maybe Justin was rusty. Maybe he's not. And this is who he is. If there's a scary thing for me, it's that Justin looked like Justin. Like, this was a very, I don't want to say it was expectable, because nobody was hoping, I think, for this. But Justin spent the middle of last year turning down pretty much everything. Like, Callie, it's so funny, because I would tell you that in some cases, he actually stepped forward. Like, Justin hitting the check down, massive improvement over the Washington game. The problem is passing up on everything is a big step back from where we were in the Eagles game and the Buffalo game. And so that's not good. You end up kind of evening out, but evening out to super meh, right? And meh isn't gonna get me excited. And so, like you're saying, Kaiser, if nothing gets any better, or worse, the play calling gets better and Fields doesn't look any better, that is not good. That is not good at all. But even at the end of the day, I mean, like, okay, I know nobody wants to think about this, but like, this isn't 2019. In 2019, the Bears needed Justin Fields or Mitch Trubisky to be good, because they were all in on Khalil Mack. I don't know if they had a 2020 first. Like, they had Anthony Miller, nearly nobody else. Allen Robinson was going into the late years of his deal. And if this thing didn't work, like, it was over. It was over, and it was going to get bad, right? With Justin Fields and the Bears in 2023, if Justin Fields is bad and the Bears are like really hopeless, you can reset at quarterback and keep moving. You have 2 first-round picks. I don't know if we have talked enough about how Carolina's defense played legitimately well and just about shut down Desmond Ridder. And they still lost by 2 scores. Like, one of the only other teams to just point this out would be like, or just to point this out, one of the only other teams that lost against a team that didn't play well and did so by a pretty hefty margin was the other team whose pick the Bears own. Like, it is not all bleak. And frankly, Fields could have a pretty decent season. Like, let's say the not good enough, but decent season. And the Bears could still end up with Caleb Williams. Maybe. Just because a lot of the teams that we thought were going to tank, like, I didn't go too crazy with this, but I know a lot of people that were like, the Buccaneers have to be so excited that they're bad. And they won. They beat Minnesota, who is just not that bad. Like, Minnesota is your benchmark team right now. And they won against that team. And then the Rams, who have a billion rookies, like, they won. And so now, if you're talking tank race, like, you're looking at Houston, who I think is going to get better because they're really, really young. Like, let's see. Oh, Slim Jim. I don't think you're talking to me unless you are. But so I'm more saying that, like, the Bears have given themselves a lot of options, and we know, like, exactly, Jordan. Like, they won't lose enough, and so the Bears are. If things don't change, the Bears are in the race. And Bob, you're right. Like, I'm talking about bad teams. If I learned anything from the Bears last year, Bob, and the Texans last year, it's that truly teams aren't tanking. Like, GMs might be, but these teams are trying. Like, Arizona is trying. The Commanders are trying. Like, all these teams that you could look at, they really aren't going to pack it in. And if they are going to pack it in, they're going to do it later. Like, for 12 weeks at least, that this is what it is. And so that's, if the Bears start really foul, right, they would be in that race. But we'll see. Somebody asked earlier, or J Mass, you asked, would it be possible for the Bears to ruin Caleb? It's possible for the Bears to ruin anybody, but I got to tell you, I keep seeing on Twitter, what would a rookie quarterback do in this system, or something like that, right? A new coach would take over a roster with 2 young tackles. You don't even have to love them, but like 2 young tackles, decent place to start. Like, DJ Moore is on the roster. You extended Cole Kmet. If you like him, great. If you don't, whatever, right? And then you could use a bunch of draft picks, and you could use $100 million in cap space to start stacking the interior of the offensive line. Like, Nate Davis should get better, or you don't. Or like, maybe he doesn't, but I bet you he will. Like, this is a guy who's coming off of nearly no practice at all, and he's still got good instincts. Like, if the Bears actually got like a really young quarterback, you'd put him into an offensive system that doesn't immediately suck. Like, let's see. Oh, Peter, thank you. Good question. So let's keep going. So the Packers continue to do this wide front thing. And within that, the Packers also dropped one linebacker back. And when the Bears could block it, they could block it really, really well. I'm not sure. And just because it worked doesn't mean it's defensible, by the way. I'm not sure why Roschon Johnson is in here, but he is. And Braxton and Cole Kmet get pretty solid blocks. Deontay Foreman runs hard. I want to get through this drive, and then we'll flick through a couple of all the others. You got DJ Moore in motion. We love DJ Moore in motion. Look at this. It's like a normal play because DJ Moore is going to come over here, and Cole Kmet's just going to set a pick for him. I'm surprised Green Bay didn't fall for it, to be honest with you. But it's a good pick play. Nevertheless, ball comes out. DJ Moore does this thing that he's just been doing, which is staying on his feet despite like really good tackles. And I think it's hilarious. Like, I don't know how DJ Moore keeps his balance, but now he's done this like 3 times. And that's included the preseason in this case. Kaiser, it does feel that way, where like the fullback and Roschon just played a lot of snaps. Here we get a sweet slant. How easy is this? Like, everybody keeps saying, Getsy, why don't we call more of these? True, but also, look at this. We even threw it under pressure. Like, Whitehair loses. We throw it and take a hit. Where are these? We passed up 4 plays already. Where did this come from? Like, I don't know what changed. What did who say in the huddle? Like, at this point? And I'm not sure. But I'm glad that the ball came out and DJ Moore is able to take us down to the 1. Now, two plays, and we have to pull more? Like, am I going too far, Peter? Because I get that we like rotating guys in, but now we're going 12 personnel and we've got Mooney and Scott out there. Like, now we're in the middle. We're in the 10-yard line. We need to score. Where is DJ Moore? Like, okay, you did two things. Like you're saying, Grant, you did two things. And it's like, all right, you did it. It's like preseason. Like, okay, you did enough. You're out of the game. You made the team. Like, rollout, this works fine. This is more akin to a normal rollout. Like you get a block and release from Cole Kmet. Fields does a good job managing the the back of his drop and getting the ball out on rollouts. That's pretty much what you're gonna do. Like Tom, I wish people asked that more often. But honestly, I feel bad. Like a good DB is gonna make a tackle. And Zach, you're right. Like, yes. And chances are maybe deeper in the season, these guys will be a little bit better conditioned. But I just don't feel like Stephon Diggs is coming off the field there. And if he is, he's going to come off for one play and get back in the game, right? Like, is he going to take two off? Chase Claypool's back in the game. This is the weirdo play. I have a theory. I want to see if you guys, agree. So I've watched this. Like JT says, he's watched this play 20 times as he can't figure out what's going on. I think it's an ISO route to Mooney, like an ISO option route. And that Mooney is one-on-one with, is it Jair? That seems like we're asking a lot if it is, because it looks like it is. So if that's the case, that's weird. But I've watched this play, and Jair gives him straight on. Nah, because if he was, every time I see this, Fields is looking out here like he's staring at this corner. And you'd think it would be RPO, Peter, but if it was an RPO, you'd have a run action going on up front. Like you would be run blocking. So it's not. It's a boot in some case. Like, and in Wright's, no, it's a good rep by Wright. I'm telling you, Wright's anchor and his hands rule. But so when Fields looks out, he's staring at Mooney. This feels like it was some kind of an option or a comeback or a fade or a fade or, gosh, can I draw it all? A fade or a comeback route or an option of some kind, because Fields stares at Mooney the entire time. Like he's looking at Mooney, and it would make sense if this was that if it was that like pylon route that Fields ran at Ohio State a lot. And Mooney would be the kind of guy that you'd try to run it with. But at the same time, like, what are we doing? And then trying to run around the guy, like, I know you're Justin Fields. I get it. But it sucks that we take this sack and pretty much blows it. I'm with you, Case. Like, this happens a lot on Fields' tape, where in a situation where it just can't harm you to throw the ball, we're still not going to throw the ball. And it happens a lot. And so, like you're saying, Grant, Kmet is full on committed to blocking. He also seems like he's kind of taking the play off. Like, but it's so weird. Like Foreman runs hard. It's a botch by somebody. We can simplify it at that. I think it's an option, but who's to say? Because it looks like it's just a bust. So then third play, we get Cole Kmet on the ISO. We actually get a sweet anticipation throw. Like Fields is going to wind up as he sees Kmet make contact. The problem is Kmet is not that dude, and that's okay. Like, within this play, I got to tell you, I would have. So Sean, I thought the same thing. Problem is when you watch Kmet initiates the contact, and refs will let this go. Like refs will let the tight end just body the DB. Like Mark Andrews has bodied the DB, and Mark Andrews will body a DB. Jimmy Graham bodies a DB. Like there are a lot of tight ends that will just body the dude. So Kmet runs into him, and when you do that, the ref isn't going to call OPI, but they're not going to call DPI either. So Rasul Douglas, who is 60 pounds lighter, can hold all he wants to, AC. Like within this play, you can't run straight into the dude and then immediately call for defensive holding, in my opinion. Wida, it's intended to look like a corner route. I don't think it's an option because Fields throws it to this spot. And I'll tell you what, Fields has the ball like he's beginning to throw it as they make contact. He hasn't turned around yet. Now he's turning around. Now the ball's on him. That is an anticipation throw if you're looking for one. I kind of like JT. I can't believe that that he's throwing this one to Kmet. And it also bums me out. Oh, totally cool with the throw case. This is just one of those plays where you're like, let me put it this way. I think Kmet's fine. I think I'm higher on him than the people that hate him, and I'm lower on him than the people that love him. But our 3 wide receivers over here, maybe 2 of our wide receivers, like, these are our best weapons. Like, why go to Kmet? Like, why is Kmet our ISO guy? And that's fine. Look at poor DJ. Yeah, part of it's because there's an underneath zone backer, but like DJ's getting tripled on the other side. So I get that you can't throw to DJ, but we can work something else up. Like, we can switch release. Every single receiver just ran forward and broke. Like, I mean, that's not a way that you're going to mix any coverages up. Like, so you end up with this box out position. But folks, I've been watching Kmet try to box people out in the end zone the entire time he's been here. Like, do we not remember Kmet as a rookie? Couldn't do it. Kmet as a sophomore? Couldn't do it. Kmet as a junior? Never had to do it. Kmet as now a 4th year player, now extended. Couldn't do it. Like, it's fine. I tend to think, Case, that as a wide tight end, you can make Kmet work. Worth remembering, for as much as you may hate the Kmet extension, Case, he's the 11th highest paid tight end right now. In 2 years' time, he's going to be a below average, like, expense tight end. It's hard to say he's going to get worse. He's just not a weapon, right? He's the kind of guy that you can use in all kinds of blocking assignments. But to Peter's point, I do want to talk about first down, because Getsy did try to establish the run, Peter. Like, they would show Penny and like a little bit more. If there's one problem that I also had with Luke Getsy, it felt like he was one play call behind a lot. Like, he would see the penny front, which is 5 down, 1 linebacker, and then he wouldn't, like, Fields wouldn't audible to a run, and then the next play they would trot out a run against a 7-man box or an 8-man box. But so that's the thing. That guy, I don't blame you for thinking so. But so, yeah, you'd hope so, Derek, right? But watching the offensive line, etc., like, it's not like everybody just did bad. I don't know. Like, you'll get runs like this where the Packers just spilled enough dudes. Maybe you want Tyler Scott to hit a bigger block. Maybe you want Braxton Jones to hit a bigger block. I think you could probably look at Jones on this one and say, like, oh, hey, what are we doing? I like Braxton, but like, it's as if he kind of gets lost and then Quay's there to make the play. But you end up with a lot of these 2nd and 10 situations, and then something happens on this down. We can just skip past it, honestly. 84 is Mercedes Lewis, right? Like, oh, worse, Draco. I thought Getsy with the most obvious play action boot that you could have asked for. Does the high percentage of straight dropbacks show that the coaches trust Justin? I couldn't tell you. Like, there are some weird plays in this game, if you ask me. Like, this, Nate Davis blows it. Everybody loves pointing out when a lineman blows it. Being a lineman looks hard, but man. So if it's any consolation, he gets beat by a 1st rounder here. So Nate Davis, former 3rd rounder, gets sassed by a former 1st rounder. Because you got to remember that in the world of investment, you're looking at 1st rounder, high paid free agent, and then they have another 1st rounder. And then I think that's Kenny Clark. So Kenny Clark, like Preston Smith, first, who, by the way, is one of the best edge rushers in football. Dang. And then on the bench, over there, they have another first that comes in Lucas Van Ness. So investment helps. Like, and the Bears' offensive line just isn't that invested. And this is the kind of play where Wright is helping inside on Darnell or on Devontae Wyatt, at least at first. But the way that he jumps out to hit Rashawn Gary is not actually, you know what? This block kind of works. Look at this. Like, Wright's creative, if anything. Like, he hooks Rashawn Gary's arm and then stays with him. And it's not great because Gary's then able to just plant and work back. It's not great footwork. I'm not about to pretend it is. But Wright uses his strength to his advantage in a lot of cases. That's if Jameson Williams comes back. Daggum, Draco. That guy is testing things. Let's see. Alessandro, if you score a TD in the red zone field goal, the game is so different. I agree. Another one, Alessandro, if you score on the second play or like that second drive that we talked about earlier that we weren't able to pick up the first down, you score there, game is different. Like when you miss all the when you miss little plays here and there, there's just not much you can do. I think that was third down, so this is first down. Peter, you see another run. And the Bears try to do what Green Bay's doing across from them. The problem is they just get better than. Like, if you take a look at what's going on up front, 90, Lucas Van Ness. Let me see. Does he make a play here? Kind of, vaguely. It's 96 that really gets through the line. And boy, does he. Lucas Patrick, woof. Khalil Herbert has nowhere to go. That's that. Let's see. That looks like it is Patrick as Whitehair tries to get out front. And again, like, I know we've got a DB sitting here, but like on a play like this, is it so hard to potentially like zone read this? You know what I'm saying? Like, there are pieces to even, you don't have to be you don't have to be Mr. Designed Run. With a play like this, Claypool on the end is at least drawing this guy's attention. Couldn't you have Kmet pop out and arc block this guy? And then you've got Fields in a one-on-one in open space. If you wanted to, you don't have to. But man, like the Bears took Fields' rushing threat, it feels like, and they just didn't use it in the run blocks, which surprises me. Is this the one where Claypool flops? Yes. So he just goes down. Rip. Braxton's gonna look solid. Then Herbert, nice little run. The Bears were sure trying to establish the run. Here's a nice rep by Darnell Wright on Lucas Van Ness. Engage, get him out of there. Big run up that side. One more. Because Lucas Van Ness is just about as high of a pick as Darnell Wright is. And they're both power players, which I think is super fun. So you get some good reps. Like Darnell Wright went up against talented competition here. And especially when you tried to play his game, he won. His big issue was like, here's another good Darnell Wright rep. Let me see. I don't want to know. Okay. Corner did a good job. Thank God. Let's see. Man, I just look at some of these and I think to myself, like, I know there are some quarterbacks, at least some, that would just sit on this and let DJ come all the way across the field. In fact, the Bears cut one of them that did this a couple times. I just feel like if we really wanted to get DJ more the ball, there are other ways to do it. Rudy, a lot of it is because the Bears played Green Bay. They should be a little better when a team doesn't scheme blatantly to stop them. But that's if another team schemes blatantly, or like if teams stop scheming blatantly to stop them. That's not a guarantee. This is a great run box, by the way. Maybe if you threw this ball with perfect anticipation, you could make a play. But I feel like I'm really nitpicking, to be honest. I don't know. That's totally your call. Honestly, Case, it felt like the majority of the Bears were like, let's put it this way. It blows my mind that the Bears had that shot of the entire team looking like they'd given up. You know what I'm saying? Like, How on earth did that happen? Do you guys know? Can you explain it to me? Because it's the middle of the third quarter. I get that it's the Packers, but what on earth? Like, it felt like this team quit in week 1, for crying out loud, which just blows my mind, if you ask me. Let's see. Raiders LL. Jordan, what do you? Oh, I see you talking about something else. I'll tell you what. I was really worried about Darnell Wright's anchor because he's lost nearly 40 pounds at this point. But Lucas Van Ness is a strong son of a gun. Lucas Van Ness's bull rush gave Paris Johnson major, major, major trouble. And Darnell Wright being able to stand up, engage directly, and crank the anchor down right there is awesome. Like, to me, Jordan, I thought Van Ness looked like himself. I mean, right? Like, he looked big, strong, but like he could use another pass rush move, and it'll come, probably. AC, do I see the team? They have to, right? I hate to do this. I really do, AC, because normally we look at the schedule, this group here, and you've seen it. Like, we'll go through, we'll be like, like, this'll win, that won't, this'll win, that won't, that kind of thing, right? The Bears really need to beat Tampa. At least in their locker room, they really need to beat Tampa, because if they don't, they got to walk into Arrowhead and make something happen. And then if they lose that game, they have to beat Denver. And you think Denver will have maybe figured something out. Like, honestly, wait, let's see. Neaton, talking about Skoronski and Carter. So, me personally, Neaton, I'm not going to get too bent out of shape about passing on a guard. Like, I'm excited for Skoronski, sure, but you're hoping he comes in, looks like a stud guard, because it's not easy to play tackle. I thought Wright looked good. Like, so Wright gave up sacks. He's a rookie. And Rashawn Gary is really, really good. And I just don't have an issue with it. If anything, I got to tell you, sometimes I feel like we football fans can search for things to get mad about. Are we mad we passed on Bijan? Like, are we mad we passed on, I don't know, like Christian Gonzalez? Like, it's okay. If Darnell Wright is good, that rules. That rules. That rules. And anyways, that's my soapbox, I guess. So Bears go 5 wide, which is neat. Let's see. So my problem, Neaton, is it Neaton or is it Nitten? But if Detroit and Seattle passed on Carter, I just don't get why the Bears wouldn't have passed on Carter. And they got an extra pick for it. Like, I'm glad they traded down. Knighton, thank you. Claypool blows this block, and it is just so sad. Like, so sad. Rough. See you later, Peter. What, Peter, if you're still here, by the way, they really did try to establish the run. They just didn't run it well. And they made dumb mistakes like this. Blah. Let's see. It is your call on whether this is open. I think some people would throw it. It's tight. But I have seen quarterbacks like Matt Stafford. Again, I really like pointing out people that aren't that great. Like, to me, Derek Carr might try to throw this because you can just rip that ball. Like, if you throw that thing with anticipation, you can just earhole these two linebackers and blow the ball through, and then Chase Claypool catches this, runs upfield for a nice completion. Instead, we try to check it down. Yeah, Herbert could rip that ball, Slim Jim. And I just, the whole allure with Fields is that he can do it. And so if he doesn't think he can, that's a big problem. And let's see, maybe, like, Kaiser, I'm right there with you. Like, maybe maybe he would have, but it's weird to me he didn't. Just because you could throw that ball, like Jordan Love throws it there. Like, Jordan Love steps up off the hitch and throws the ball. I get the impression. Because Fields trying to throw this check down is just as dangerous from the Rashawn Gary protection standpoint as trying to throw the other thing. And I'm not that it's fine. Kaiser, I don't even blame you. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you ever seem like I'm coming after you, it's purely because I had to shake my own shoulders and be like, oh my gosh, this is a consistent problem. I don't like this. And later in the game, Fields starts pressing, and it's no less fun. Like, for instance, I hated this, right? Car Blazing Game is out on the side, and the Bears are 5 wide. But moreover, Car Blazing Game is out on the side in a snack formation. And the Bears had spent the entire game nearly not throwing just about any like real play action attempts. Certainly no like big play action with rollouts. I don't know about you guys. I felt like it was very obvious. Like the halftime adjustment in some way. Thank you so much for jumping on, Michael. I really appreciate you being here. Tell your friends. The halftime adjustment was always going to be like, let's throw the ball down the field with play action. At least let's try. And so this boot, especially because there's this Q over here wearing number 35, like that is, and to me, it's about as obvious as you're going to get. And yes, I'm glad that all these coaches talked about it, because I would have told you that Braxton was just running the scheme, but sounds like Braxton's got to get in the way. And I really wouldn't know. I've never coached offensive line. I don't know. Like, common sense doesn't always apply to football. It really doesn't. Like, just like we've talked about on this channel a lot, where you'll stare at an open guy and then I will be the spoiler who says, no, I mean, that's not even in the read. And it just looks so weird, doesn't it? But in that play, like, you need to be able to, like, you got to get your guy in the way. But man, did Getsy make that obvious or what? I don't know what you guys think, but it surprised me on tape to not see Fields throw this. Like, Devontae Wyatt definitely came to life in this game, but oh my gosh, does Kmet get more open? Like, we could talk however we want to about Kmet, and maybe it's because there's a screen, but I know you can throw these. Like, I know you can throw the screen or I know you could throw whatever the throw is if it's there, and it's there. Like, they ran a pick play because if Getsy does do anything, it's that in plenty of cases, like, he will run dual action plays that can do one thing and can do another, right? And so you've got a running back screen that the Packers sniff out nearly immediately. If anything, like, kudos to Foreman for making a heck of a catch. But I struggle to believe that these plays aren't built with the green light to throw the football, because Kmet wouldn't be looking to receive it. And man, that's there. Like, bums me out because he can, or he should be able to, right? Like, if you theoretically took that snap and went, yes, threw it, like, that'd be great. And the problem is that I feel like honestly, like, I feel like I have to be this bearer of bad news, because I'm looking at the film and I'll tell you guys, like, last year we could make the excuse, maybe he doesn't trust him. Like, do we all remember this? We could go, it's ESB. It's Dante Pettis. Maybe he didn't think Dante Pettis would get open, despite the fact that Dante Pettis kind of got open sometimes, right? And instead, we said, let's trust. It's a scheme issue. Doesn't trust the offensive line. Well, that's DJ Moore. Like, you could throw Chase Claypool out. You could assume that he hates Chase Claypool. Would be a weird decision, but you could assume that. And these things are open. And I'm with you, Wade Cow. Like, if I had to guess, Matt Nagy, former quarterback, had drilled it into Fields. Man, if you throw 5 interceptions, I'm going to let you throw a 6th. Throw that ball. You are going to figure it out. Test your limits. I have got your back. Like, Fields threw the rock. Those throws he attempted in that Steelers game were cocky throws. Like, I mean, that seam route he threw to Jimmy Graham was a borderline hospital ball, and AWS probably gives it like an 8% completion percentage. Have you guys ever seen one of those plays where Justin Herbert like stuffs the ball into his receiver's hands? Like, he'll basically walk the ball 10 yards down and just hand it to his receiver. He staples it to him so hard. Fields stapled it to a couple guys in those games in 2021. And then he had some of these other games as a rookie where he looked friggin' terrible, like the Minnesota game that he finished the year on. And he tried. Like, he was slinging the rock. He would make mistakes, but he would keep throwing the ball. He would keep running the ball. Exactly, Sir Lord. It was wild. And then a second year quarterback took over, and or not a second year quarterback, a new head coach took over, who one of his like jumbo season. Thank you so much for jumping in and subscribing. I really appreciate that. Like, the new coach, what's it? Say it. Say it out loud. Hustle, intensity, takeaways, smarts. Well, if the defense is going to emphasize taking the ball, what's the offense going to emphasize? Like, I tend to, that's the thing, BG. It is an excuse, at least a little bit. It's a feel thing. Like, the truth is, BG, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, I'm not trying to turn this into a podcast or some abstract concept, right? But like, if you think that the coach has ruined him, if you think that he's the problem, you end up at the same spot in both cases, right? And so, like, you look at Fields, and if it was his problem, like, you're still here. And if it's an Eberflus problem, you're still here. It feels AC like Fields got coached to not take sacks. Like, I don't think Fields got told, don't turn the ball over. I think Fields got told, don't take sacks. I also think that there's a chance that Fields has been heinously late in practice and gotten picked off a bunch. I mean, we heard about him getting picked off a bunch during camp. He may think, so you mentioned this earlier, Jordan. You asked, like, ooh, does Fields not trust himself to hit that? He might not. And he might think that, or he might think that on time is late. The coaches may have even let him have that. I don't know. Right. But like, we'll see. I'm with you. Like, yeah, it's the big time throws is the big one. Fields did hit that cover tooth shot, or at least it seemed like he tried it, Sir Lord. Let's see. Someone should tell Flus that articles typically don't make wait, hang on. Oh, let's see. Zach, Rob will blows my mind is that Matt was Pole's guy by design, and he comes in here and tells the dynamic QB, hey, don't be dynamic. That's the thing. Like, you have to remember, Zach, that that's not what the head coach is going to say, right? Okay, I don't know how many parents we got in here. I am one, and I parent a 1-year-old, so it's not like I'm really experienced, right? But remember what the coach is saying. The coach isn't saying don't be dynamic. He's just emphasizing such specific things like don't turn the ball over and like we can't take sacks, that the part where you turn the faucet off downfield just comes naturally, right? Chances are they're ripping Fields in the QB room saying, what are you doing, son? Like all those platitudes, right? But it doesn't change it, does it? And so within that, like, White Cow, I think Getsy might come out throwing, but they got to throw fast. Like, they have to have some blitz beaters. Let's see. He's fallen victim like every other Shanahan. The QB is asked to be a Madden player who's operate the way the OC wants. The OC is overzealous. Feels like it should be him in there. Yes, but man, Jordan, man, does McDaniels look so good. He got to singing. Like, all you need is a little bit of anticipation, and man, you can thrive in some of these Shanahan schemes. They're not like the best in some cases, but Josh Allen Unchained can have its blowbacks, right? Quentin, we're all here, right? Let's see. This is where, yeah, honestly, Prabhat, at least you'd hope so, right? He didn't, BG, if memory serves. Let's see. McDaniels rules. No question about that. Let's see. This feels like nothing's open. But in this like 3rd and 20, yeah, it's third and an awfully long way. Josh Allen rules, but he is all over the place. No, not really, Jordan. But to be honest, I am so as like 4 years into this, like I would generally look at myself and say, I don't know sometimes what new is. I'm trying. Uh but I don't know. Jay Sanders, I don't know if I'd go that far, but we're not starting well. Here's a little bit more attempt to establish the run, and here's another 62 moment. Let's see. Oh yeah. BG, I tend to think, for what it's worth. I mean, we know the anticipation wasn't like there as a rookie. There were just some of these intermediate balls that he was willing to throw in those cases. I don't know if Nagy was better at scheming them up to get them a look that they liked or what. By the way, this is bad. So I think that we can over harp on some things, but goodness gracious, like Chase Claypool's effort on this play is so bad. Like I would, I don't know, man. Like I would probably, you can't play this. You can't play football like this. Like no amount of separation that we aren't throwing to anyways can fix this. This is so bad. Like, oh my gosh. And this happened a lot. This happened a lot. I I honestly wonder if maybe you could try to trade Chase Claypool. Probably can't. Like chances are you probably have to you probably have to cut him if you're going to get rid of him. Might hold on to him for the entire rest of the season. Like just to stash him and be like don't show up again. But I don't know, BG. I don't have any idea. Haplo maybe, but goodness. Like he definitely does, Alessandro. So that's the thing. He does think it's his assignment, but what he's doing is bracing himself. He thinks that the defender is going to come to him. The defender just pushes past him. So he like braces himself, right? I mean, AC, that's how it goes, right? Darnell Mooney will play like he's not 175 pounds, but Chase Claypool, who's nearly 240, will absolutely not do that. Man, this bummed me out too. Like, well, you have seen this. You have seen this a lot. I know you have. Forget who the quarterback is. Just in theory, right? Slim Jim, hang on for just this one. So the Bears run a combination downfield. You get Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool on a switch release post, right? Some basic, right? DJ Moore, tons of space underneath. Justin Fields is running for his life, best he can, right? But I know a lot of quarterbacks that, especially once Jair turns that head, like they would step up and they would just flick this thing to a wide open DJ Moore. Just with their elbow, right? Just step in, like, no problem. No issue. Fields runs it. I mean, that's in his playbook, right? But man, what a bummer. What a bummer. and this isn't like horrible. It's that elbow thing we're talking about. Like, I don't know if Fields doesn't see it, doesn't trust it, or what he's not looking for. But man, it's right there. And it's a first down. Like, it's a clear first down, if not more. Like, chances are you throw this thing, the linebacker barely reacts, and DJ Moore is in a foot race with two pursuing DBs. Like, you just throw it. Just get the ball out. Like, oh, Corey, I don't think he does. Or maybe he said, chances are he probably tells you something about the tape, right? The Bears do make the Packers look good. Oh, did he throw the ball? Oh gosh, Chuck, I forgot about this because this is the fumble. Goodness. Damn, I love it. The Orlovsky TD. It does. I mean, here's the problem, right? Because like we could make all the jokes in the world about Orlovsky touchdowns, but man, like if you get the ball to DJ Moore and he catches it in space and he does that crazy balance thing, like who knows? Also, I'm gonna let some film play. I'll be right back. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I was doing. You guys rule. Let me see. All right, so let's see here. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. Oh gosh. Let's see. Checking in through everything. I mean, ultimately, yeah. Probot. I mean, generally speaking. Oh, did I miss? The interception. Interception's bad. I mean, it doesn't help anything for better or for worse. When Fields starts pressing, generally speaking, he turns into one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, not only does he end up really late, not only does he lock onto things hard pre snap, but he super forces it. And that's not a great combination. I swear, you can eliminate, like, yeah, exactly, Brandon. Like with Trubisky, you get a little bit of prevent look, and he just peppers things where it should be. Am I muted? I hope not. Quentin, am I? Let me see here. Oh, Quentin, did you turn me off? You son of a gun. Anyways, um, to me, at the end of the day, we could go through, like, there's more defensive stuff that we could talk about, but at the, like, man, I guess, is it bad practice to just, like, hard play the all 22 and talk over it? I guess not, but dang, it feels like stealing in some cases. Um, but so, main thing I guess I look at when it comes to this defense, this offense, and the game that we saw, like, the Packers came ready to scheme, and the Bears were not. And I mean, the result, I don't want to say it was predictable. Quinn Hardy, thank you so much. You have no idea how much that helps. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But so let me see. Did we watch this already? I think we did. Skipping to a point, at least where we haven't seen. Um, to me, what got near criminal was just the way that the Bears allowed Jordan Love to keep things easy. Like, this is the play that they're looking for. WFM, how you doing? But outside of that, like, it's the plan backfired for the Bears, as we saw an awful lot, because the Packers were able to force them into positions that, or the Packers basically used creative motions and formation alignments to get the Bears into looks that they liked, and to use McVay's own words. I think it was, no, it was Andrew Whitworth from the Play Callers series, um, said, like, uh that they wanted the opposing defense to play their defense as best they could. Uh, and the Bears basically did that. Like, the Packers would get them into looks that the Packers liked, and they had the exact play to beat that look. And kudos to them, I guess. Let me see, Dan Bryan. What was that one play where Love was running up the field and the Bears defender missed him when he could have? Let me see. Love was running up the. Uh, I think I know what you mean, and it's a little later. Let me see, Kevin Thomas. Like, do I? So I just pull the film down. I have a raw film cache, and then I just throw it in Adobe Premiere and we watch it. Bears suck. How you doing? Um, Not every team is good. Am I right? But so Jordan, even worse. Flus, or, like, you could say that LaFleur counted on Flus to coach like Flus, which hurts if you ask me. Because to me, that's much more direct. Um, why don't we have those plays? Exactly right. Um, a lot of it's look as much as anything else. It feels like when things are working. So to me, this is the simplest way I could put it. It feels like the league is becoming a league of dictators. There are the dictators and there are the reactors. If you play an NFL defense that reacts to your opponent, you're going to get smushed. And if you play an offense that takes what the defense gives you, you're also going to get smushed. And would you believe it? The Bears end up doing both through this staff. At least it seems that way. Loved this, by the way. Like, Kyler Gordon's break on this play is, in my opinion, pretty unbelievable. Like, so watch this rep. Jaden Reed does a good job, period. But the fact that Kyler Gordon somehow, I don't know how he does this. Like, Kyler Gordon goes from a full hard stop without a couple feet down. Like, I guess you get a few taps of the feet right here, but he goes from full speed this way to back this way in a couple steps and just casually tips the ball away like that's normal. Like, honestly, honestly, that was pretty outrageous. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. Like, I'll tell you what, Demo. So, all right, what Demo mentioned, I am going to make Baylor, or I'm going to make Bears related. So, the Baylor University Bears. I am a dual Bears fan. I am Bears squared. My alma mater is Baylor University. I forgot I drank out of my water cup, and you probably saw it. But so within this, like, the Bears or Baylor has this coach. His name's Dave Aranda. He is the king of the fire zone. Remember, if you've been here the whole time, you might remember that we talked about these 5-man blitzes where somebody will blitz from here and then everybody will play what is called a fire zone behind it. It can obviously depend on what the look is. Sometimes he'll carry a vertical drop to here. They like you can do all kinds of things with these, right? And it's all about timing. It's all about mixing the formation up, not letting the defense or not letting the offense know where the extra pressure is coming from, and ultimately shuttering an offense and even starting to make them second guess. The big problem Dave Aranda is running into is that college is about guys that bang their chest and like yell rah rah and Matt Rule and Deion Sanders and Dabo Sweeney into recruiting. Because if you can't recruit, it is tough to win. And in Baylor's case, Dave Aranda is very soft spoken. From everybody I've heard talk about it, he is an outstanding like X's and O's savant and coach, but he's extremely soft spoken. Extremely soft spoken. And so now that Baylor lost to an FCS school in Texas State, who kind of boat raced us, and then they almost had it against number 12 Utah before giving up 2 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes of the game. Technically, it was 10 because the drive was really long. Like, I sit here and wonder if it would befit the if it would befit the like Baylor Bears and also Dave Aranda to get a shot at an NFL DC job and promote up. I don't know if he'd do it. I have no idea, but it would be interesting. I would ask because I tend to think that let me see. Oh, that guy you mean this? Like this game? Because I kind of have to. Let me see. Why isn't there more of a push to get colleges to run more pro style schemes? It would result in a better product in the pros. Joe, because colleges have different rules, but moreover, colleges actually innovate more. You got to remember, Joe, that the hardest part about pro versus college. So in college, I'm glad you asked this. College and pros. So in college, when do people play? Right? That you're going to get it's not the red shirt year. It's not the freshman year. It's not the sophomore year. It's not the junior year. In some cases, maybe it's the junior year. So like no, no, maybe, maybe, senior. Yes. Wide hashes help JMass. But in the pros, yes. 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 You have to have things that are easy to implement. If you can't teach the scheme quickly, then it's not a scheme at all. No matter how strange it is, no matter how different it is, no matter how much it does or doesn't change the picture, if you can't teach it fast and implement it fast, then it doesn't work. Whereas in college, you get to recruit these kids and then you get to bench them for 2 full years as they grow their bodies to fit the role that you want them to be. You have to basically be able to walk into the NFL and immediately have Eddie Jackson understand his assignment, because just to be blunt, like it is embarrassing. Can I say something rough? it is embarrassing that Tremaine Edmonds had so many coverage busts one way or another. Like if you hate Edmonds and want to blame Edmonds for it, there is a hand of the coaching in this, that the scheme is too simple for people to bust coverages. Can we all agree? Like the scheme has too many coverages that are truly boilerplate for the coverage mistakes and the failure to pass offs and the mix ups in match zone versus non match zone and like everything that went wrong and led to huge plays for the Packers cannot happen. Hey, David Christensen, thank you so much. Oh, but just because and Joe, they absolutely did. Half of them missed significant camp time, and that matters. But weren't they in the meeting rooms doing mental reps, right? Like, isn't that what really good coaching staffs do? Yes, you're going to get a fair amount of coverage busts, but if you got the coverage busts, then why weren't the Bears able to hit on theirs? Gosh, I love this stuff, by the way. Like, NFL athleticism just blows my mind. That Jalen Johnson, it's not even a pretty cut, but I'll tell you, I'm pretty sure that I would lose my ankles and knees if I attempted to just flip my hips back and bend the other way like that. We'll go through a couple of these. Like this is where Edmonds shines. I think Edmonds will be an interesting litmus test. Let's put it this way. Like Edmonds Edmonds, if he struggles in Chicago, to me, will suggest that Matt Eberflus cannot coach, because this is sweet. Like runs up Sean McDermott has taught him too many good fundamentals. In my opinion, Nick, I thought Kyler Gordon was awesome. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate that, lunatic. But like, you take a look at Sean McDermott, and he's taught Edmonds to run the pole, find the guy, and then shut him down. That's good defense. Like, I really love that. So if he ends up picked apart in coverage or not knowing where to be, in my opinion, it'll be in large part because Matt Eberflus can't identify what he needs to identify for him, and that would bum me out. But we'll see. I mean, I am pretty ready to be pretty hard on Matt Eberflus. I've fundamentally disagreed with his defense. Talked about that before the season. I don't like it philosophically. So it needs to produce some results. Does it have the horses? Not at all, basically. Like, at least on the defensive line, they definitely don't. And worse, J-Mass, the role they wanted to play Roquan Smith in my opinion, was near fireable. Like, J-Mass, if I had sat down, I am not a professional football coach, for crying out loud. Oh, Callie, that's Billings. Like, check this out. Let's go back. Freaking Andrew Billings, freaking Mr. First and Second Down, can go pop, whack. How sick is this? Like, what? Power swipe. Like, power swipe after a big hand, huge right arm, chucks Josh Myers out of the gap. Billings was awesome. Like, don't you love a defensive lineman with a little bit of movement, or in Billings' case, some strength? Like, Cole Kmet takes some lessons. Where's Andrew Billings running Cole Kmet's one-on-one contested catch rep? You think Billings is getting out competed by a DB? But I'm kidding. Like, man, and worse, Prabat, that's the backup center, if memory serves. But so, anyways, where were we at? We were talking about, I do think it's pretty outdated, unfortunately. Let me see what were we talking about? Oh, J-Mass. If I could sit here and Matt Eberflus was going to tell me that he was going to stick Roquan Smith where he is and have him pursue in the run game and cover the running backs, I would have been like, I cannot hire you. You do not know who this player is. And you obviously didn't prepare for this job if you think that I'm going to let you put Roquan Smith in the will linebacker slot. Like, there's a reason that they got Tremaine Edmonds to play Mike. Why couldn't Roquan play Mike? For crying out loud. Like, I, I'm not even saying it's like his thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even saying Roquan Smith would have been a stud in the Mike. I think Roquan Smith would have been a stud in a 3-4, exactly like what Baltimore's playing. But gracious alive, like, as the will linebacker, you're erasing him. And worse, like, then you get a guy like Aaron Jones who only reinforces what Matt Eberflus thinks, because he gets freaking baked by Aaron Jones, and it's just like it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, if you ask me. Just the way this system will deploy their linebackers, and like, they'll go get you some fabulous linebackers. Like Shaq Leonard and Bobby Okereke can play in nearly any system you'll find. Trev, thank you so much for subscribing and jumping in. Love that. But it's just, I don't want to call it a waste. It's uncreative. It feels like the team doesn't challenge its players to do that little bit more. Love this, by the way. So we heard, and maybe, you know what? I hope I don't put myself in a position where Luke Musgrave is just going to embarrass me going forward. But like, this is perfect. Kyler Gordon lets him get there, carries him up the seam. If you threw this ball, it is a plain Jane pick. Like, that's really nice coverage. Individual DBs made really, really nice plays. And then the scheme lets Romeo Doubs just run wide open. And it's not even a coverage bust. Like, look at this. Like, the first guy to break on it is Jaquan Brisker, who, kudos to him, is breaking with some degree of anticipation. So why is Brisker, who's sitting in cover 2, the one who has to break on this? Like, why can't he just challenge it? I don't know. Probably because that's just how the zone works. And they've got and because of their bunch rules, if I had to guess, they've got Kyler Gordon watching the vertical, especially from Luke Musgrave, because that's one of the things they're worried about. But man, oh man, against this cover 2 defense, Beto Bean, thank you so much for subscribing. Thanks for jumping in. It's just wide open, and I don't think it's Tyreek Stevenson. Like, I would assume I take a lot from body language, and I also take a lot from who everybody stares at after the play. We're going to have an example of that coming here soon. Edwards is just supposed to lock up the guy underneath. That's pretty standard will linebacker stuff, because he's got the hook curl zone right there. It's not quite the flat. It's that curl, and he locks it up. But it's not a coverage bust. It's just a soft spot, and I hate that. I really hate that. Yeah, right? New poster. Like, we're just letting him go. And it's how the scheme is built. And then you can count, let's go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, ball out, no pressure. Right? Let's see. Ohio State won't recover if we replace. Oh man, Damo, that would be hilarious. Or AC, less way too many and more that the Packers knew how to get to. Like, they knew what was coming and they exploited it. And yeah, Watson's not even playing. And then you get to play like, it's not this one. Man. So I'm actually pretty surprised that Love didn't fit this ball to Musgrave, because he threw this in the preseason when it was wide open, but like, that's about as good. That's about as good of a Y cross look as you're going to get. You would need Jalen to break. But if you threw this like really in rhythm, right around when Love hits the back of his drop, it's there. Instead, he wants a deep one-on-one, and I mean, I wish he'd missed a little more, because testing Eddie Jackson deep is something I'm always down for. Like, if Love had made a better throw, I do think Romeo Doubs wins this, and the Bears end up eating a huge one. But also, if the throw is imperfect, you've got a ball hawk back there. I'd love that. And so you end up with kind of just we catch a break. I'm waiting for a specific play that's gonna show up eventually. Oh man. Is this another one of these just Billings reps? There's a bunch. Look at this. Look at this. I didn't post this on the Twitter reel, but like, look at the hand battling. Like, get in the lane, get in the other lane, get back in the main lane, turn the runner. Like, this is some sweet, sweet two-gap one-on-one defensive tackle play. How do you not fall in love with a player that can get you a little bit of this? Like, oh my gosh. In this lane, turn him back. Like, it's so fun. And hey, we've dogged about DeMarcus Walker not really being a factor. That's decent edge play. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but that's decent edge play. Yeah, Jordan. He went to Baylor. Come on. You think I don't already like him anyways? The fact that he's balling like he is here is just hilarious. I've made this joke before, but linebackers, running backs, defensive linemen, in my time, the jersey. Like, I have this silly theory that every team has a set of players that when they put on the jersey, they just get better, right? And for the Bears, if you put on a running back jersey, like, tell me with a straight face, Khalil Herbert is a game-wrecking Raven. No way. Like, he's barely a game-wrecking Bear, but like, you put David Montgomery in a Lions uniform, and he looks fine. He looks fine, but he doesn't look like the near Hall of Famer that some Bears fans made him out to be. And for some reason, the like hard juking that made him look like Walter Payton, like, I just didn't see any of it. Maybe we'll see more of it later. Probably, right? Bears linebackers, no way Sanborn is who he is. Whatever you think of Jack, if he's not wearing the Chicago Bears colors, it sucks that I swear Green Bay's uniform, like, people are offensive linemen and quarterbacks. That is not great for business. But that's just how it goes. I swear. Like, you put Johnny Two Shoes in a Packers uniform, and he's gonna shut down Nick Bosa out of nowhere. And then it sure feels as if Packers quarterbacks have been really solid. You're absolutely right, Jordan. Like, Vikings will always have that receiver that's just a stud. Like, and they've got defensive linemen that are crazy. Daniil Hunter looks awesome. Would look good, just as good. Let's see. That guy, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's okay. So that guy, glad you asked. It is missing the point. Like, we could talk about, like, okay, so as far as like, I'm trying to put my thoughts in order because it is ridiculous, but explaining why it's ridiculous is important, because there's this, like, okay, so have you ever heard the old phrase? I hope you don't mind when I just wax and we kind of get off the film, but I know a lot of people get. Anyways, so you've probably heard the phrase, never argue with a fool, because he'll bring you down to his level and he'll beat you with experience. And the calling for Badgett thing always brings up this silly defense where I make the argument that Justin Fields is better than Tyson Badgett. And it's like, well, that's not really the point. See, Bada Bean? I had a feeling. So we'll keep talking about it. Like, I think that the Badgett stuff is ridiculous. He would struggle as a rookie like crazy. Best case scenario, he's going to come in later in the year, like week 10. But even then, no way. Like, the Bears are going to get their trial out of Justin Fields. Be darned. Ubagi, thank you for subscribing. I would doubt it. I would really doubt he's just going to come in like Purdy, to be honest. But maybe he does. Like, maybe he's a superstar. Like, this is the play, by the way, that you were looking at, where Edwards comes in like a heat-seeking missile and Love jukes him. But let's see. That, yes, Badgett does the things that we're begging Fields to do in year 3. The question is whether Badgett's going to get all his coverage, or Badgett's going to get all his coverage reads right. Because if he doesn't, you end up throwing a bunch of interceptions. I mean, that's the real secret, right? Because you're right, Chuck Fee. Like, yes, anticipation and quick release, these rule. But also, if Badgett First of all, he wasn't that accurate at Shepard. He's been money in the NFL. But if the inaccuracy rears its ugly head, then you might end up with plays or balls that should have been caught that aren't caught for one reason or another. You could end up with interceptions. Anyways, like we'll see. But everybody does this, right? Cali Chi Town? Like, no shame in admitting it. We will hype like crazy. Like one player or another, and then it may take 1 or 2 games to undo the hype, but in the process we will ruin what could still be a very interesting Bears setup. And yeah, I don't know. I like honestly, I am surprised that Dominique Robinson gets so many reps at this stage. By the way, if we go back, so earlier we were talking about all these different zones, and as we were talking about that, the Bears ran man coverage. They showed it like it's zone coverage. It does look like it's probably another cover 2 call, but instead, oh no, it's not. This might be cover 3. This might even be kind of like a little zone match play. I'm sure they can run some match zone. Just because it looks like they actually accept, yeah, this is good. I like this. And it works. Would you believe it? Jalen does a really good job here. I really like that. I mean, granted, it's like Loki open, but this is, let's see, this is really good by 33, etc. And then Kyler's competitive. If Jordan was still in the pocket, he gets mashed. Honestly, the Bears catch a break that Jordan just high lows right here. It feels like, so they ran this with a little bit of this, and had Jordan looked back, Jaden Reed is like very quick. He's a second round pick for a reason. Probably could have laced a throw there, but Love plays half field, and we'll take it. Let's see. Has anybody watched the Shepard film? Uh, I mean, it could be, right? I could go find some if I needed to. I read a scouting report and that was enough. Uh, let's see. Dan, I would just never mind. I think the scripted thing is just so it would I've watched too much WWE. Like this is totally a juke. Hard juke. I'm just glad 90 and 95 actually brought him down. The way the game was going, I thought Love was going to convert this with his legs after just like breaking 3 tackles. And I was like, I'm going to die. And then didn't. Thank goodness. There are definitely a couple rookie mistakes and miscommunications. I'm trying to get to one. I like little plays like this. They're nothing insane, but like I'm watching Tyreek Stevenson, by the way. It looks like Bears called country cover 3 in this case. But a decent little break right here. And then the linebacker does a good job staying in the way, getting the ball. Oh, no, it's not the linebacker. I thought Brisker looked much, 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 much more instinctive in this game, which was really a welcome surprise. I mean, I thought he looked like a rookie's rookie last year. So to see him step up and fill the hole, start even to break down already, like he's already working towards that flat. And then once it's forced, he breaks all the way down and ends up, I think they call it an incomplete pass, but Brisker was setting up for a near TFL, if not a TFL outright. For a rookie, yeah, I thought Tyreek did a great job. This scheme is going to help your rookie corners out more than most. And seriously, I love Tremaine's attitude. Tremaine is out here trying to take plays away, which I'm down for. And he's got really, really nice athleticism and fun. But man, like at plenty of times, Tremaine was his own worst enemy. And basically, in trying to take a play away, end up getting baited one way or another. This is it. Oh, this is a bad one. So I'm pretty sure this is a bust on Tyreek Stevenson. I think he's supposed to carry the vertical, and it's because Brisker points, and that would be one thing. Okay, so now we've clearly got a conflict. This is that play where Luke Musgrave ends up wide open, and Jordan Love sails the ball, and oh my goodness, whoo. Like we can't miss this. But so originally I didn't know what was going on. I took a look across the formation. He's playing cover 3, and moreover, watch Eddie Jackson after the play. This was at least my detective process, right? So Jackson turns and immediately starts talking to clearly Stevenson. And within that, I just howled with laughter because I was like, who's the bust on? Well, it's probably going to be the first person Jackson looks at. And he just looks straight at Stevenson and starts talking to him. And I was like, okay, makes sense that it's the rookie. Um, Man, rough miss. Rough miss. Like, this is one of those where if he had hit this, and he throws it off his back foot for nearly no reason. I know the Packers fans love what Love did in many cases. Love's arm talent is pretty insane, but like, why are we throwing this with our weight so far backwards, right? Like, what are we scared of? I I don't get it. I really don't. Just because, like, from a pure quarterback perspective, step into this throw and throw a touchdown pass. Like, it is wide open. Um, let's see. What are you talking about, Dan? Edmonds had his arms around him, and all pro linebacker replay. Which play? Uh oh, Sir Lord, I thought Love was super just okay. Like that's the thing, Brandon. Like I feel as if Love put up an insane stat line. The Bears sure helped him out. Like one of those plays comes off of the Aaron Jones screen. Like it's 60 some odd yards. I mean, Love, it doesn't help anything that because the Bears sat back, you make a play like this, and people are going to go bananas. It's a sweet play. It's like one of the sweet plays that he made because all his throws had to be relatively deep since Packers were trying to run the ball and the Bears basically just gave yards away. I would tell you, in my opinion, that I have never seen a defense prop up somebody's efficiency numbers better. That's my take, right? Because the way the Bears gave up yards meant that they gave up nearly all of those yards on 2 broken plays and a bunch of third downs. Haplo, absolutely. Well, I hope we're talking about at least some of the positives by watching the way Kyler and honestly the way that a lot of the DBs are moving around. For instance, Jalen breaks on this really, really nicely. There's another play earlier in the game where Tyreek breaks on one. When the Bears played in some of these short zones, they weren't afraid, like their DBs, to snappy or like to get snappy on these balls. Problem is, they could really use a pass rusher. Like I'm not about to be that person. If there was a world though where the Bears could have traded for Chris Jones or had that superstar 3 tech, the defense would have been for the better. But I think prioritizing offense in the draft was the right choice. It had to get better. It had to, in my opinion. Let's see. What does Love want here? Good job, Eddie. It looks like they're trying to split Kyler Gordon. Like they wanted Kyler to move or Kyler to overreact to this. And instead, Jackson's driving on it, Brisker's driving on it, and Gordon does a good job staying patient. I'm surprised Love doesn't throw there, to be honest with you. Hey, Evan, how you doing? But maybe it's just because it's a check down. Man, it's pretty open. I didn't think, I don't know if I would say Love like didn't see the field well, but let's see. I thought he saw the field fine, but man, pressure. Pressure really got him. Evan, you'll be fine. It could take some time, but you may be fine. Oh man. You started Musgrave in fantasy? That's hilarious. Evan, I can't tell you that. Not because I think Justin sucks, but like, okay, Evan, let's put it this way. In year 2, we could still talk about potential. In year 3, we have to talk about what is. And in my opinion, right now, we've got to see. I don't even want to see anticipation throws. Like, I want to see us hit some of these open windows. Like, let's start there. We can hit them late. We can hit them on time. Like, but we've got to hit them. We passed on too many things. The getting away from sacks thing is nice, but we've got to hit the open throws. Like, they're open. They're in the game plan. We've got to hit the open throws. The mini buy is actually it's like week 9, Brandon. So it's a ways away. I'm always interested by what a 3 tech is supposed to do on a play like this, but I imagine they're not supposed to get bent and broken like Justin Jones does. Um, Man, if we really have to wait until a mini buy every time, yikes. Uh, Thank you so much, Evan. That's really sweet of you. Uh, let's see. Because Chuck, like raising the game plan, it sounds like we agree, but raising the game plan to another level is you'd think Haplo, and if it helps Haplo, well, okay, so this may make the process make a little more sense. Haplo, Fields has probably been missing them in practice too. Like, I doubt the Bears haven't run any coverages similar to this. Maybe practicing against the Bears defense wasn't conducive because you can see right through it. I have to make that joke, but the like in practice, you have to imagine they're still trying to hammer these home, but it it's fast out there. Okay, look, I am not a professional athlete, nor would I pretend to be. But when I was in high school, I had no instincts. I mean, like, I consider myself a decently smart individual, and on the whiteboard, I was king in lacrosse. But when it actually came to game time, I could not process the information fast enough because I tried to think through it all. Like, you got plenty of these guys out there, like Josh Allen, Rob Gronkowski. Like, I'm sure you guys can think of plenty of others. Maybe Travis Kelsey is one of them. Where, like, I don't know. I'm not certain that they could show you on a whiteboard what they are supposed to do. They just get out there and do it, right? Like, they turn their brain off, they ascend to like a plane of existence that only the football gods live on, and they just dominate. And they might not even be able to tell you why, right? In some of these cases. Who knows? I mean, we'd have to interview him. But Justin looks like he's trying to take in the information. And we can see that in these pressers, he'll take one look at the play and go, yeah, I know what I did wrong. The problem is, when's he going to get the play right? Right? And that's, to me, that's the question. Like, I hope he can. I am rooting for him, but we'll see. And you say that, Evan, the Cardinals were closer in their game than we were. I am just saying. And like, yeah, I want Steelers game JF too. Let's see. Yeah, Jordan, I tend to agree with you. It's the Bears played a bunch of different looks. Let's see, what kind of run play is this? Is this just like is this crunch? This can't literally be it almost looks like Wham Bam. No, it doesn't. 74 just gets blown up. And so with 76, looks like it's power. It just looks like a grindy play. Andrew Billings is awesome. He just takes his guy and throws him all the way back. Like, throws his shoulder down and penetrates. Look at 97. I mean, he honestly, so you got to remember that Andrew Billings is also campaigning for an extension. And man, that would be great. How you doing, A-Glitch? Like, if the Bears actually found a defensive lineman in the middle of not a great season, that would be rad. Are we at 10 likes? Come on, team. I even put a little button on the stream. Sir Lord, we got to see a little more. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, especially as a two down run stuffer. Oh, well, thank you, English. That's good to know. Thank you, everybody. And see, like these wide runs, Billings isn't the one who's supposed to handle it. I think we're trying to get a little more out of DeMarcus Walker here. And then Sanborn as an edge defender did not work. He got kicked out. Everybody was talking about BG, about like Fields not throwing things, basically. Like him seeing thinking the window is closed. Um, and you see it all over his tape, especially early. Did the defense miss like 3 interceptions? So, Jim, I feel like Jordan threw 3 or 4 balls that were just not that great. Like this play really drives me nuts. What is Tremaine doing? Like to me, I look at this and I wonder, what did they ask him to do? Because him and Sanborn end up with the same idea. Like what Tremaine thinks he's doing isn't even wrong. He sees this and he thinks either it's a like throwback pass. No, he thinks it's a boot that Love's going to throw this in this case. Like, and so he's getting his head around expecting some kind of dig or something. I don't know who's supposed to trigger on Aaron Jones. I really don't. But the Edmonds' instinct to say, "Oh shoot, I've got to defend this throwing lane," isn't horrible. It just the Bears pay for it. And so whoever was supposed to get downhill, because seriously, like I am a little shocked, calling it like it is, that nobody, specifically, I guess I'm looking at Sanborn, saw 3 linemen leaking out with Aaron Jones behind him. And he said, I think I'm going to sit right here. I'm going to sit right here. Because, he wouldn't actually throw this. He's just setting up to throw it. I don't know. Like, I don't want to kill Sanborn for something that I'm definitely not certain is his fault. But if you aren't there early on a play like this, you're late. And man, did Aaron Jones, like, I thought he was going to score. The fact that he just ran away was so sad. Man, where did Stevenson come from? Holy smokes. Okay, now we just have to watch 29. Like, so he's on the other side of the field, sees the screen, starts sprinting right there, and just closes. And I mean, Aaron Jones isn't some like nutty psycho 4-4 guy, but like watch Stevenson versus Brisker. Brisker's got a head start. He just runs right past him. Man, he can run. Like he's athletic. I think he's feisty. He talks mad smack. Like he is fast. He hits hard. Like Stevenson to me is ticking a lot of boxes. I was really high on him coming out of the draft. I didn't think he'd do this. Like, that is huge. It's not a touchdown saving tackle, which is a bummer. Yeah, he needs to not bust coverages, but he's a rookie. He gets a few new poster, especially when he only busted one that I saw. Jordan, I had this moment. I think I've talked to you about it, but like Stevenson, I got to watch at the Senior Bowl, and I was really surprised because he showed out. Like there were a lot of corners that showed out. Juju Brents showed out, for instance, but Stevenson shut everybody down so hard through 2 days that he didn't practice day 3. He just took his pads off and did not play, which ruled. I loved it. Like he said, "Nah, I'm done. You saw what you needed to see." Rookie corners are going to bust coverages, new poster. I really don't mind it. Also, I'm curious as to which I need to go back and watch, I guess. Bad coverage is one thing, but I don't know how many busts I saw. But also, I'm not going to argue with you. You sound like you've seen it. Raheem Green, what are we doing? Am I just hating? Like, can't Raheem Green do more than this? Yeah. Well, so Pickens got washed out, but to give Pickens some credit. Uh, like Pickens is just trying to win one gap. So they're as a defensive tackle in the NFL, the worst thing you can do is not even fill one lane, right? So it feels like Pickens right now is, I don't want to call it cheating, but he's basically using his quick step, like, because he's got a quick first step and you could see it. This isn't the best rep to take away at least one gap because there it is. It's over, right? You're opening that hole for a linebacker to then jump in. Tremaine stays patient, which, hey, it could be play action. You don't know, right? Uh, like one of the things I love about this action that the Packers do right here is that you get a guy coming across the formation and watch how it masks the mesh point. Now he's in the eye line. So as AJ Dillon takes this handoff, somebody might just catch the eye candy, take their eye off the ball, and not be bang on about who has it. And then by the time they figure it out, like 50 is up on you and you're blocked. Jordan, yeah. But it's also a nice run play by Green Bay. Look at 81 getting involved. Yeah, those linemen on linebackers, it ain't easy. But I think this is the one where, yeah, Pickens gets in the lane and helps create something. The quick first step shines in this one in particular, where he just goes, I will step through, thank you. And once 71 turns his back, Edmonds has an easy cleanup roll, and the Bears get to 1st and 1. I don't think is it 1st and 1? Maybe. Now, 3rd and 1. Which I got to tell you, love that you love your rookies. Love that you love your rookies. What? Am I overthinking this? Like, what? Did they not sub? They may have not subbed. It's possible. But given that we don't know if they subbed, maybe they didn't. But why are we taking Billy's off? Like at the 1? And worse, like look at this formation. Why aren't we mugging up? Right? Like we're getting close, I guess. But the moment that we end up with Brisker over here and them flattening down, this thing is just way up the sidelines. Oh, you can definitely say that, Jordan. You end up with quite a bit of, like, it felt like they played both for what it's worth. Like they had plenty of situations where they shifted Pickens over to 3 tech and Gervon over to 1 tech, just depending on the formation and the bumps that came from it. Man, Dexter gets like moved. That's the thing, Sir Lord. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me, right? Like, yeah. So he gets moved, and then if you're gonna play this close to the line, maybe this is on Eddie at least a little because he's supposed to get into the hole. But man, Dexter gets like thrown out, which is too bad. I would have expected that you'd play a rookie with a veteran and you'd cycle them differently. Like you go double rookie in a front that desperately needs like beef. What? I just want that to be explained to me. Let me see. Am I setting any hard deadlines on not talking off season until week X? So, BG, I don't know. If only because, first of all, I'm already in the habit, right? The stink of last season is hard to wash off, especially when you start like this, for crying out loud. I wanted to spend this entire season talking about scheme and cool things. And instead, we end up talking about how we got obliterated by a team that's still figuring itself out. And I mean obliterated. Like, I don't know. It gets so weird because then you'll get plenty of people who will say, well, okay, we didn't get annihilated. In fact, our run defense was actually pretty good. Like, what are we so upset about? Look at this. Justin Jones, penetrating on a free run through because his guy leaves. Like, and then Andrew Billings scrapping and scraping. Look at the hand fight on number 97. This is so fun. I love it. Just overpowers this guy, and then Tremaine gets involved. Like, Jordan, I saw their last game, and I was like, surely it doesn't get worse. Like, the Bears got what they wanted. They just turned off the faucet. But BJ, I feel like the Bears' schedule is such that if it's time to start talking off season, we're gonna get a very, very early like reason to do so. To me, it's totally just my opinion. I struggle to take a look at the team that sat on the sidelines and looked like they'd quit it midway through the third. Um, yes, Roshan for president, absolutely. But so the like I have a hard time looking at the team that quit midway through the third, basically, and envisioning that there aren't hard conversations happening right now, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, it's week one, but I doubt anybody in Chicago is happy in the slightest with that kind of a performance. Moving beyond that, if they lose to Tampa, and I imagine they're going to bring it to Tampa. The problem is you could argue, I'm curious as to what everybody else who follows the whole league thinks about this. You could argue Bowles has just as much to prove. Like, you could argue that Todd Bowles is still trying to wash off a bad season from last year, and he's trying to prove that he's the head coach that can take Tampa to where they want to go. So he's going to come with all his guns in his home opener. Like, they just won against Minnesota, and I understand that, but Tampa's going to bring it. And so you've got a great setup for a football game because both teams should want it pretty bad. But man, like if you don't win this one, then Kansas City could be an air out of the balloon moment. Like, normally you end up with an elixir game somewhere, but so then you play Kansas City, and you know that Chris Jones and Travis Kelce are both going to have a full week's preparation plus this week to get things back under, start to play back into playing shape, etc., etc. So you face the Chiefs, good luck. And after that, you got to beat the Broncos. Like, and if you don't beat the Broncos, if you couldn't beat the Broncos and you couldn't beat the Packers and you couldn't beat the Buccaneers, then why do you beat Washington? And if you can't beat them, like, you'll find a win eventually. The Bears won 3 games last year, right? But at the same time, they lost 10 in a row. Like, there is a point where the team goes full Trestman, right? Like, am I insane? Do you think I'm crazy? Like, I can't help looking and thinking out loud that if the team hates the scheme, and if the team if the team hates the scheme and the team doesn't buy into the coaches and they think Hits is stupid and they didn't buy into Hits just to get blown out by Green Bay, then how hard are they really going to play against, like, Minnesota? Probably hard. I mean, you can't get cut, right? Like, nobody's looking to go full Chase Claypool. But at the end of the day, you got to run the play call that's called. And if it gets you sliced and diced, so be it. I mean, Justin Jefferson's not going to make life easy. Like, we could keep talking. The trouble is that, let's put it this way, the Bears are so bad right here. Not you, Billings. The Bears are so bad right here, or were against Green Bay. I'm getting there, Evan. That, like, you need Jared Verse, and you're gonna have the chance to get him. Like, Tony, I don't know. I have no idea, but I also don't know if let me put it this way: if Ryan Poles would have to sell them that this is why he kept the future first, etc., etc. The problem is that, like, you could very easily, Jordan, you're doing that thing where you're getting so excited about Carl Brooks that you get bored with, like, with Keanu Benton. the Bears are the Bears aren't in position to where they need JJ McCarthy just yet because I mean they're 0-1 with another 16 teams. But so you're totally right, Dan, that last year they were tough. They were tough out. They came out flat this year, and to me, Justin's real level of play took a step forwards. Justin's potential greatness took a pretty big step backwards, in my opinion. Got to see it. But so like you have to see the step forward. Uh, let me see. Carolina, I sure hope so. New poster. They did not look good. But so Tony Moy, to finish out your question, the biggest problem Poles going to have is that a new GM could step in and handle Poles' situation very easily. I think if things go really south and everybody gets fired, that Poles will become Chicago's Sashi Brown. And if we learned anything, the Browns did get better. It's not certainly I'm not trying to talk about the quarterback trade, but like the talent that the Browns were able to add from those very lean years has made the Browns a perennial playoff, either like they squeak in or they disappoint or they have one of the worst defensive coordinators in ball and suddenly they get was it Jim? Was it old Jim Schwartz? Oh my gosh, they balled against the Bengals. Like we had a play where Myles Garrett was practicing his crossovers. You got to go look it up if you haven't seen it. Like he is dribbling basketball back and forth between his legs, and then he crosses up the center. It was one of the most like dominant, cool plays that I've seen from a defensive lineman. It was awesome. Like, and it was just everything on the table. It was so funny. But so let's see. You asked, what would I do if I was Luke Getsy? First of all, I would install some dadgum blitz checks. Like, if there's one play that really, really, really bothered me about the Bears offensive showing, it was this one. Let me see. And it's funny because this is a play that last year we probably would have freaked out about, but it's year 3 now. Like, we can't do this forever. I think we're all going to agree. I hope we're all going to agree. I do like agreement and concord. Let's see. Is it? It's not this deep into the game. I don't think. I'm looking for the spinner. You are not. But I like the attitude. Yeah, keep that up. FTP for sure. But man, I'll tell you what, Evan. I personally am tired of getting clowned on Twitter, and I don't even do a lot of the FTP stuff. So, like, I don't know sometimes how the rest of Bears fans like keep the energy up. Not because I'm trying to say like take the L, but like I'm more of like a be quiet until I'm winning and then gloat a lot. Like the worst attitude, according to some people. This play. Okay. So, biggest problem that I see in the Bears offense for Tampa is this one. Bears get a corner blitz, and it seems like because okay, Chase Claypool has played in 2 separate offenses, 3, I guess. Like he's played with Matt Canada, he played with whoever was before Matt Canada, now he's played with Luke Getsy. He knows what a hot route is. Like Notre Dame has hot routes. The Bears are obviously not sight adjusting their hot routes. So if you see a blitz, a lot of offenses will literally have the like Claypool just sit down. And so then Fields will drive the ball to Claypool, and if the safety will break on him, and then you have a one-on-one. And in some of these cases, you can get these massive jailbreak plays. Like, and all it takes is, oh, we both agree there's a blitz. Here's the ball and go. Right? But the Bears didn't do that. In fact, nobody saw blitz, which does not help. And it's sweet that Fields was able to spin it out. But like there are like 3 different ways to handle this. If like you can have Kmet handle it, which, look, you should just watch JT O'Sullivan's breakdown for that part because he says a lot of the same things. But you could see it where Claypool sees the blitz. Like, they even, I'll back it up a little further and you'll see this. Like, Claypool knows. Step up, sees him peeking in. He points out the blitz as it's coming. Like, look at that. If they had a hot route, they would run one. The Bears need them because Tampa Bay's going to bring the heat. Like, it's going to be hot in Tampa, literally and figuratively. And if you don't have ways to counter these blitzes, like, let's put it this way. If this is Devin White and he's chasing Fields out of the back of the pocket, Devin White, it may not win that race, but it could get ugly. Like, Vita Vea is going to eat. Shaq Barrett is going to have his moments, but I'm frankly surprised. Like, I know I'm pretty anti-rookie and I'd need to see how he's doing from a health perspective, but like Logan Hall being on that team, Kalijah Kancey being on that team does not make me feel good at all. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are built to eat on the defensive line, and they will probably eat on the defensive line. And to me, the scary part is that on a blitz, we are just going to hang on to the football all day and night and try to the Bears try to pass protect their way out of everything, right? Like, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys dedicated to pass protection. That's just about a max protect. I mean, if some people might even call it a max protect. And we're talking nearly full protection in a lot of these cases. So I guess I look at this and I'm like, you could try to pass protect your way out of these Tampa blitzes, but like, that's been done. And you've got to be able to at least enforce your will on the ground, which, like, I'm not really a hashtag established guy, but you have to. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Tampa deploy a lot of the 5 down fronts and wide fronts that we've seen other teams try, just to try to push the Bears back up the middle and into Vita Vea. But I don't know. Like, we're going to have to see what happens. And so it's a big game, Evan. And let's see, was Wright responsible for that CB blitz? I don't know the protection. Like, you could say it's a chip. If it's a chip, I'm surprised Wright didn't look to his right and ended up just super fooled. I would pity on him, but I don't know. Like, certainly Fields does a good job setting up, like, being an athlete, go be a football player, make a play, getting back up field, running the ball afterwards, like doing what he's doing what he's good at and converting a first down. Super cool every time. But yeah, it doesn't help anything that Tampa has some sweet corners while he's at it. Like, and DJ would be awesome. I bet you DJ will win a decent amount of it. It's a matter of whether the ball come out. Yeah, Roshan steps up, delivers a sweet block, like bang, and then just keeps blocking. Did we watch this one yet? I have to know where it is. Has to be like this, right? Yes. I think Khalil Herbert is a phenomenal runner. I love Roshan Johnson, but I think Khalil Herbert does a lot of things for you. But man, is this play fun or what? Clunk. It's every bit as good on the All 22. Bang. It does. Like, and Christopher, it's funny you say, I read it backwards. You say Roshan looked like he wanted every yard he got. I would tell you it looks like he got every yard he wanted, which rules. If you ask me, yeah. If you ask me, Tony, I think it's cutting both ways right now. Like, I think there's there's no two ways about it at this stage. But that's just my 2 cents. Either way, fam, it is 12:18. I've got to set up a DBB article. Tuesday night streams are back, and they rule. So give the stream a like if you haven't already. Let me know different ways that you want to see this thing improve. Do we need to stay more on topic? Do we need to talk less, smile more? Uh, Me and Nick will be recording. Thank you so much, Drek. Or Drex. Thankfully, it's 1 week, but we'll see. Like, if that happens, so the good news, Drex, is that if that happens, the Bears have 2 lottery tickets, right? Like, Carolina lost and looked bad. Chicago lost and looked bad. You could end up with pick 3, pick 5. You could end up with pick 2, pick 4. You could end up with pick 2, pick 6. You could end up with pick 1 by the grace of God. Like, I don't know what the Bears would do. Probably. I don't know. No, I don't know what the Bears would do if the Bears got to, or if the Bears actually managed to get number 1. Mostly because I don't know. I think I'm really interested into who ends up being QB1. I don't have some hot take. It'll probably be Caleb, right? But it is interesting to me to see these 2 completely different players in Caleb Williams, who is awesome, but also he is, I don't know, it's so funny. Just like Lincoln Riley does a good job setting up plays where Caleb can be creative. And I don't know enough about the North Carolina offense, because the North Carolina offense that I watched last year did a lot of the same thing, but they did it for Josh Dobbs. And so the 2024 offense will be interesting to watch either way. I'm a fan of the draft. So that's not me just talking about quarterbacks. Okay. We're not there. We're not there. But I think the way this quarterback class shakes out will be just super, super, super fun. If there was ever a year to be a draftnik, this one's it. Like, BDGN, thank you so much. Like, I'm so excited you did. Evan, I got good news. And that's that the Bears, Evan, even if he's not, we don't need it as bad as we needed Trubisky. And I mean that sincerely. Like, the Bears have put Fields in a really tough position. And I don't know how Fields fixes a lot of these things within this Chicago structure, because where Chicago is failing, they aren't, like, let's put it this way. Because Brandon, you say that, but like with Andy Dalton, you had a guy who knew enough to say, heck no, I'm not doing that. Right? Like, if there's one good thing that a veteran quarterback can do for a bad franchise, it's that they can show up and they have all the good ideas, right? Like, or maybe they're not all good ideas, but they can very bluntly articulate what they're good at, right? With Fields, he's got what the coaches tell him. That's it. Like, what's he going to do? Tell him what they did with Ryan Day? Like, and so looking forward, I look at all the stuff Getsy tried to dig them out of that was worse than what they called originally. But Justin missed a bunch of stuff originally, and it seemed like it rattled Getsy. And then the team gave up. Like, red flags. Big game. Big game against Tampa. Nick and I will talk about it tomorrow. Big game coming up against Tampa. I think Braxton has a ton to prove, but I got to tell you, okay, nobody's going to like this. But I'm the guy who started this, so I gotta say it. Braxton Jones reminds me a lot of Charles Leno, but he can run block. He's got great feet. He's got a small anchor. He's got a poor anchor. I think tons of people kind of overrate anchor and underrate feet. Like, the footwork Braxton has and the length that he has rules, and speed rushers really have trouble with him because of that. The guys that can put a hand in his chest and drive Braxton back are going to give him trouble, but for the most part, he can manage it. Like, maybe not super duper well, but his ability to control those losses and in any fashion at all means that a quarterback with pocket presence can push up and get out of the way. With all the Charles Leno penalties too, right? He's a 5th round tackle. Like, guys, you got to remember, you're saving nearly $25 million. Like, you're getting a little of what you pay for. But if Braxton becomes the 4th or 5th best guy on the offensive line, you got a pretty good offensive line. Problem right now is that he played like the 2nd best offensive line. And you're absolutely right, Jordan. His anchor was unplayable. Now it's playable, if that makes sense. Like, um, and because of that, I think it works. Like what he can do for you in the run game, awesome. Like honestly, Braxton can move like crazy, turns guys really well, and his hands, like those long hands, help him catch linebackers. Like, because you say like you deal with the Leno if we had a Bosa on the D line, they will. You sure hope. Like you'll get yourself a Jared Verse. You'll get yourself like you hope so, anyways. Like some sweet defender that ends up at the top of the draft next year. And so your hope is that you have Darnold Wright on the other side. And hey, the Bears left him completely alone. The Bears gave him no help. I think it's kind of badass. Like the rookie apparently inspired them enough that they chipped him nearly never. And while I completely understand that us as fans, we want to see our players succeed. So we want to see them get all the help in the world. Guys, eventually you got to take the kid gloves off, right? Like whether it's with Braxton, whether it's with Darnell Wright, whether it's with Justin Fields. Jordan, I'm glad you're in here because I do want to say this. I've seen a lot of people, including JT, wonder what the hell is Luke Getsy doing not running Justin Fields. I don't blame anybody. You're absolutely right. Like, it's a huge flaw in Getsy's plan that Justin Fields doesn't have a few more baked in rushes. But also, as an evaluator, I don't mind. Just not because it's good offense, not because it's great design, but because it keeps giving us more reps of him pocket passing, for better or for worse. And I don't want a smoke and mirrors offense where Justin Fields' legs dominate for now. Like Atlanta. Honestly, Atlanta is not a bad example. The Bears game against Atlanta last year, Fields toted the pill 18 times. And he also coincidentally got hurt. You can draw the line on whether or not that's like those are related. But moreover, if Fields proves that he can't like succeed, he doesn't have to like win from the pocket. But we got to be able to throw anticipatory throws. Like even the ball to Mooney is like so late that looking at it again, I sit here and I'm like, a lot of quarterbacks let that go a lot sooner. Like, and I'm with you, Jordan, because you're absolutely right. Like, absolutely right. That it's a mess. I mean, Jordan, everybody in the chat, can we say just the truest statement in football? Good teams are good. Bad teams are bad. Like, it is hard to flip over, to become a good team out of being a bad team, because there are so many unhealthy parts of football that being bad teaches you. You learn bad habits because you're a linebacker with no defensive line, so you overflow to the run game and never learn to deal with play action, and then your instincts are shot, right? You're a safety, but you spent so much time playing up in a certain scheme that you never figured out how to handle the deep third, and then all of a sudden somebody else comes in, tries to make you like a deep third guy. Like you, as a quarterback, sit behind a terrible offensive line, and suddenly all you're doing is thinking about sacks instead of thinking about pushing the ball downfield. Sound familiar? Like you're an offensive lineman like Joe Thomas that learned that life doesn't matter because your team will never be good no matter how good you do. That one doesn't seem to affect Joe, but like I'm sure that sucks for some people. Or you're a receiver that is really, really good, but never gets the ball, or at least not enough, because your offense just won't give it to you or can't get it to you for one reason or another. And BG, it does feel that way, but man, even in that quicker release, we're still not seeing him throw the ball enough. Like anticipation is one thing, but like throw the ball more. Like see some of these open throws and throw it. Drex, I gotta tell you, I keep hearing that. Don't you think you are lighting one of the best team assets on fire? Stew on that. No problem, Chuck. Happy to provide. Like Drex, Joe Alt is not a guarantee. He's probably good. I thought Evan Neal was a lock, and boy did I learn. Like, Braxton Jones is confirmed pretty good. Darnell Wright is still resolving. Why would you replace one of the better parts of your team? Like, one of the parts of your team that is so hard to find a decent option at. And you've got him for 2 more years. Like, after this one, for cheapsies. Like, I get it. I completely get it. I really do. I promise you. I get the vision of this stacked out offensive line. Second round picks. Like, you need second round pick guards. You need a center. I would love a good center. I would love a good center. And then we can work with Braxton. And we can work with so that's the thing, Drex. Braxton's arms are way too long. Like, in my opinion. I think Braxton would be a terrible guard. Just because he's so big, he's so tall, he's so long that the quick contact portion of guard, I think, would chew him up. Like, his anchor is trouble enough. But so let's see. Yeah, fire that flipping pigskin. Exactly. But so we can get into team building stuff later. It's week 1. We can't be talking about it. we have to at least have a couple more games. At least have a couple more games. But we'll see. Like, Joe, no matter what, so I'll finish on this, Joe. To me, the worst thing that could happen for the Bears this year is to go 6-11. And even that's not that bad. Like, the good news is that the Bears have set themselves up to where even the worst case scenario isn't that bad. And I mean, like, the legitimate worst case scenario. Like, if the bottom falls out and the Bears go 2-15, you could argue that super sucks and is also pretty great, because at that point, people get fired, right? Like, not that I'm excited, but if we all hate the coaching staff, like, you get huge low, like, you go really, really bad, utterly uninspired football, people get fired. Like, and then, hey, I'm just saying. Don't think too hard, but I'm just saying. Ben Johnson, Kellen Moore. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to say Lincoln Riley in this conversation. Jim Harbaugh, if you really wanted to go there. Like, if you wanted to live that dream. But the point being that you could get a new head coach, and chances are, because we went young in offense and then we went old in defense, you can go young at offense again. Like, or at least you could try. Maybe they would think about good old Jim, but yeah, you get it. Anyways, point being, the bad is not that bad. The bad is if you're not hopeless, you win some games, but you also, like, aren't that great, right? Like, Fields shows us enough to get us excited. The Mitch years, but worse, right? And I don't know how possible that is. This defensive line makes winning games tough, especially if the coverage unit does what they did. Now, if the coverage unit starts locking people up, we may get testy, but at the same time, the offense would need to score. And it's worth remembering that the offense had 6 points until they were down 24-12, then 14, which I get, but, like, the game's not over, and I understand that. But, like, I always think about, like, the score differential, because when you're down 3 scores, a defense plays you just a little differently most of the time. But so, anyways, I say all this to point out that somebody asked earlier, how screwed are we? Joe, you did. The Bears have been in positions in the past where where they had to win because their future was the worst, right? Like, where they had to succeed because they didn't have future picks, and they'd given this away for that. The Bears have given nothing away for nothing. Like, they have $100 million cap space next year. They have 2 first-round picks so far. Who knows? And they've still got a relatively young roster. Like, somebody that would take over with an obnoxiously decent DB room. Like, for a fresh franchise, you'd have a bunch of decent young DBs, and you'd have this crazy athletic linebacker, for whatever that means to you. Like, you'd have a number 1 wide receiver in DJ Moore, 2 more years on his contract. You'd have a right tackle and a left tackle. Like, it's actually, it's better than usual. That's the best way I could put it. Like, for a team that would be starting over, I guess, like, from a staff and regime perspective, the roster's actually not that bad. And if they lost a bunch of games, you could be looking at a reset at quarterback with an easier choice than you'd expect. But like the crummy part would come, just talking out loud, if like George McCaskey just doesn't want to. like oh man, Alessandra. It's funny. I was actually watching this game just the other day. I think they played it on Thursday night. And who's that offensive coordinator for Kansas City? Like, he had those no-name receivers running wide open. And if those guys could catch, like, man, maybe they've got an offense down there. I mean, how would you not want somebody that's worked that closely with Patrick Mahomes, one of the greatest quarterbacks in modern history? I mean, anybody that's got a good relationship with him has to have an eye for decent quarterback talent, right? Like, clearly that guy knows offense. Anyways, but so I think, let's see, like, the main question that I have, Jordan, and this is the part I think you're forgetting, just being real with you, is the McCaskies cannot like this. Like, it's one thing, like, everybody reads the press clippings. And for Ryan Poles, it was, what on earth did you do for Chase Claypool? And then it was, what on earth did you do not drafting Jalen Carter? Like, the media has just given him the world's hardest time. And I just wonder if that's wearing on the org, given that this was the worst second impression you could make. Like, Jordan, Poles gets his second QB if they're competitive on Sunday. They weren't competitive on Sunday. And I'm not saying Poles is definitely gone. I'm saying I don't know what they think. Does that make sense? Like, you got to think George is exhausted. Like, it's been a long 10 years, just looking back on the last couple. And you're absolutely right, Sir Lord. The problem is it does mean that much. Like, yeah, right, Brandon? But so, Cali Chi-Town, I imagine either Getsy or Williams would get fired mid-season. Maybe, though. Like, I don't know. The problem is that Williams and Flus are so tied together that, like, are they actually going to fire Williams? Would they actually? Who would get promoted? Like, what would be the point? Nothing changes, right? I imagine they'd fire Getsy, to be honest with you. Probably make, like, Chris Morgan the OC or something. But, BG, this would be like a hand forcer. Like, you're not firing Poles and you're not firing Eberflus unless you lose 13 plus games. Like, I mean, you got to lose a lot. But Joe, what I was talking about is, like, so I think what I was trying to say, because this is how I think, Joe, is like, you got to look at, are we screwed? Like, you got to look at the bottom first, because this is a huge game for the Bears against the Buccaneers. Not to rehash everything we talked earlier in the screen, or like earlier about in the stream, but like, they are up against it from an offensive versus defensive matchup. And then their defense, don't get me wrong, their defense should do better, but Mike Evans looked like he's got plenty of juice left in him. Chris Godwin did not have a phenomenal game. I wouldn't be surprised if he bounces back a little bit. Like, the problem is that of course, to some degree, of course, the Bears DBs looked great this last week. They were going up against a receiver core that didn't include Christian Watson. And so I'm not saying definitely that the Buccaneers are going to score a bunch. I'm saying if the Bears score 14 points and the Buccaneers score 17, they lose. Like, I don't think, gosh, I think I speak for all of us when I say that if Baker sits back and pieces the Bears up, like, it's going to be bad. But I don't think he's going to. Like, I don't think he's going to just smash people, right? Or smash the Bears. It'll be a tight game. It should. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if here we sit next week and we could look at Fields turned this down, Fields turned this down, Fields didn't make the right play here, and it feels like he should have. But then he had that 70-yard run and they won the game 17-14 or something like that. Like, it's totally possible. Totally possible. Like, if a blitz for Tampa doesn't get home and Fields spins out of it and gets into open space against man coverage, bets are off. Like, Fields could pick up 120 yards. It's possible. But if the Bears come out on the losing side, it could be trouble. Like, it'll be a toss-up. And I can't believe I'm saying this in week 1, but the season kind of feels like it's on the line to me. Am I being too overreactive? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. This org's in a weird place. They just lost 14 games, and then they got blown out in a game that ended before the third quarter was over. Like, I imagine the vibes are pretty bad. And I imagine they all know who's around the corner in week 3. If that game was easier, I don't even know if I'd be this pinned up, right? But BG, I would just be shocked if that's not the case, to be honest with you. I would be shocked. I mean, I don't know. There's too much up in the air. But yeah, the Bears do want you to throw on them new poster. But so, like, we're not that competitive. Like, I don't know, new poster. It gets troublesome because, like, I like a lot of the coverage units, but they do. Benson, you're absolutely right. They're not good enough to look ahead. Let's see. Alessandro, yeah, he's gonna do both. Like, and Sir Lord, to me, again, just finishing one more time. I always worry at this point in the stream because I just start going in circles. But like, a lost season. Okay, so I'm 28. I'll be 29 during this season, so I'm young enough. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of Bears fans in this chat right now that are older than I am, and kudos to you. Great job. Like, we're all in this together. I don't want to wait forever for the Bears to be good. But given that week 1 already happened, and I can't really change the film, if you lose this season, like, if you lose this season, it could become the Sashi Browns turnaround. 8 p.m. Wednesdays, Joe. That's when we talk through like good stuff. Like, and so, and I get you, Callie. I promise. And it doesn't help anything that the Bears are in kind of a funky position if you tried to go the like develop route. And you're absolutely right, AC. Like, it could easily be a matter of preparedness. It could be. And that guy, maybe, I hope so. I'll tell you, that guy, I think it's a pretty bad matchup because the like zone coverage, this is just totally how I think. Zone coverage will have these moments where you get exactly the concept against exactly the coverage, and you're supposed to be able to see the guy wide open and stay open. The problem is we saw them. Fields didn't throw them. So why would he throw them against man coverage where things might be tighter? I don't know, but he might do it because he might feel like his career's on the line. He might throw 3 picks, but he might do it. The defense, oh gosh, BG, it's 2 years older. They added 2 pass rushers, BG. Like, Kalijah, do you know anything about Kalijah Cansey? And then Logan Hall was a really interesting ad from Houston 2 years ago. But so they kept the cupboard stocked at defensive line. And then they've still got Jamal Dean. They've still got the guy across from him, I think it's Carlton Davis. And they can play. So they've got 2 good corners. They've got 2 good linebackers. They've got a really good safety in Antoine Winfield Jr. And then they've got a pretty stacked out defensive line whose biggest like good thing for the Bears is that Shaq Barrett is still coming off an ACL. And I wish that was better news because it did not seem to bother Rashad Gary. But we'll see. Like, Drex, in theory, I'm with you. Like, I like Fields. I like Fields to more versus man compared to zone more in theory. But we'll see. Like, Cali Chi-Town, I got to think about it. And I got to watch the Tampa defense to see what they did with Minnie. Because somebody made it sound earlier like Tampa played a bunch of zone against Minnesota. And so if if Tampa comes out running fire zones, like, I don't know what Fields going to do. I really don't, because he would have to take a snap look at the field and know exactly where guys are and aren't. He's probably going to try to run a lot. Like, if he ends up confused, he'll probably try to run a lot. Just being real. And we'll see if that works. I mean, this would be a great game for the cast to pull Fields up, but does that? We'll see. We really will. Like, we'll see. I think we just got to we got to roll the ball out. Like, biggest problem, Callie, is I don't know how the Bears want to handle everything that they run into. And BG, I remember the Bears were better against zone last year. The Packers played primarily zone. I guess you could say they were okay against it today, during the game. But yeah, there you go. Yes, Eric, absolutely. We'll see what happens. I'll take a look at some tape. We'll have the next episode of Bear With Us. I still need to change the logo. Because I got a little vision for how to alter it. But anyways, we'll have the next episode of Bear With Us, where Nick and I will talk a little bit more about this game, and then we'll go for it afterward, or like we'll go through talking about Tampa the week after, after that. Callie, yes, should be. I got to be very blunt with you guys. After that love video, I don't disagree with any of my own takes, but losing on Sunday, I was like, we're not going to go live here. I knew what that chat was going to look like, and I did not need that toxicity in my life. Normally, me and Nick should be going post-game live, and then I'll cut that up into a podcast after the fact. But anytime, you guys have a great rest of your night. Always fun talking football. Either way, no matter what happens, the Bears are fine. They're either fine this year, they're fine next year, or they're fine the year after that. But we'll see. It'll take some time. But DJ Moore to the moon, amen. Amen. I mean, I really love the roster. I really like the talent that they're adding. I really do. I really mean that. But to be optimistic, we got to be realistic. Sir Lord, at least this time I feel like we made it. Either way, you guys have a phenomenal night. Get some sleep, and I'll talk to you soon.